Guide me to wise teachers and mentors whose advice is pure and in tune with your will. Guide me to true friends whose counsel is caring and promotes my best interests. Guide me to clear, correct decisions to conclusions that are sound and free of all doubt. Clarity and assurance, oh God, grant me clarity and assurance in whatever I do. Teach me to trust in wise teachers, to learn from their insightful words, to teach me to trust in true friends, to treasure their care and concern. Teach me to trust in myself, to judge my own course correctly, and so to live with conviction and hope. Seeing light in darkness, God of unfathomable goodness, the history of human agony haunts my soul. Ashes, blood, and cries pierce my heart. Diabolic schemes and oppressors plague my mind. Grant me an extra measure of strength, understanding, and faith to help me find you, to discover your light amidst the blinding dread through the revolting horror. Sorting through confusion, God of truth, help me sort through the dizzying confusion of my life. My mind swirls with all that I've seen. A humble spirit, dear God, guide me along the path of sincere humility. If I ever put on airs, stop me. Bless me with a humble spirit, with eyes that see only the good in people, with a mind always open to others' opinions, with a heart which caring of their concerns. Teach me to humble myself even before the lowliest of your children, whose very brokenness brings them closer to you. Finding good, oh loving God, help me discover and discover all that is good, all that is positive, and saying, Camouflage though they may be, let me find those elusive sparks of holy light. Let me perceive all the beauty and truth hidden within your creation. Finding good when I am confronted with baseness and evil, that all the bad fall away before me, that all the good and goodliness that lies hidden within everyone I meet shine forth and emerge as a grand reflection of beauty and light. Losing control, oh how much good I've lost in losing control of my anger. Such a large portion of my life. So much growth I've let slip from my hands by allowing my burning thoughts to get the better of me. God, teach me to let go. Maintaining perspective, oh God, please help me comprehend that life in this world is fleeting, hardly more than a fantasy. As are those around me, where will I be? Where will they be? In an hour, in a day, in a year, or in 10? Help me hold in my mind an image of the world that awaits me, of the life eternal that will follow my stay in this icy momentary fascination. Thanks, my God, it has taken me time. But I'm finally learning to trust you. When I called, you answered. When I cried, you sent relief. When I was in need, you came through. You are there for me in every instance. I need only look, think, and understand, and I can always find you. There you are, always ready to help. Thank you, God, for waiting for me. Will wanting to wait in one of his most powerful statements, Rebbe Nachman unequivocally characterizes the facet of the human psyche which functions below the threshold of consciousness.
If you or a loved
The
one
young man was bemoaning the difficulties he was encountering in his attempts to come closer to God, but I really want to be a good Jew, he insisted to Rebbe Nachman. But, said the Rebbe, do you really want to want? And praise God, you've given me the physical, emotional, and spiritual will.
And she gives Natalie a hug,
risen before
but
me.
then
How many times
she
have I
slaps
faced
you
what I perceive to be
far
impossible?
out of Natalie, honey. I mean, if you heard the
and discovered creative solutions through which to
and
surmount
everybody's
adversity.
like,
You
oh
strengthened me
my
again and again. I know
God.
that you
So
will never
immediately
fail me. In God's will, merciful God, I know how very much you care for me. You've made me in accordance with your will. Why then don't I always want to be that which you've made me like? Why do I so often fall short of all that you want me to be? In God's will, God, I want to be so many things, so much to achieve, so endlessly. Can anyone be everything? Revelation opens that I am my beloved's, and his desire is upon me. All the days that I have been bound in this world, I have been bound in a single bond with the blessed Holy One. That is why now his desire is upon me. He and his holy company have come to hear and enjoy concealed words and praise for the holy ancient one, concealed of all. Concealed, separated from all, yet not separated, for all is attached to it, and it is attached. Traits help me grow, teach me to strive for a soul that is pure and flawless, that my every characteristic be impervious to evil. Surely then I can hope that I, in my very humaneness, might emerge with the holiness of your existence. Perfection of the soul, God. Perfect soul, you created me destined for perfection. How far have I wandered from that destiny? How much of my purity have I squandered through careless, thoughtless, self-centered behavior wanting in morality and holiness? The soul's recovery. There must be a way I can regain decency and virtue. There must be a way I can recapture the purity and perfection of my soul. Hello, this is Adrian from aka Giant Kitover Congressman. Don't turn me away, where to find the gift of free will. God of wonders, you've given me the most wonderful of all gifts, the gift of free will. May my will never deviate from your holy will. Guide me always so that all the choices I make are good ones, choices that are in harmony with your will as long as I live. A world of responsibility, architect of the world, author of the story, grant me courage to participate in the world's design, to join in the unfolding of the story. I want to share the responsibility of this world, to pray for her benefit, to care for her needs, to safeguard her treasures, to work for her rectification. God, teach me to begin anew, to renew myself along with all the creation, just as you renew the entire world each day. Show me how I can break free of the constraints of my habits, the restraints of my insecurities, the shackles of my unwarranted fears. Fresh start, teach me, dear God, to make a fresh start, to stop telling myself I can't where I can. I'm not when I am, I'm stuck when I'm eminently free. The way home, center of all existence, help me find a way to that sacred sanctuary within myself, the precious center of my existence. Let me discover my place in the world, that space where I truly belong, that space which belongs unconditionally to me. Dear God, I want to pursue her, help me find my way home. Need of my life, dear God, difference I made in my life, hopelessness. How will I ever right all that I've wronged, restore all that I've ruined, fix all that I've destroyed? Only you can help me, dear God. If you don't help me, what is there? Help me and heal my life.
That the country is broke.
Reaching for wholeness, compassion, God, healer of my body, healer of my soul, heal me, strengthen my ailing body, soothe my aching heart, mend my shattered existence, make me whole. With a small rejuvenation, master of the world, you know the bitterness of my anguish heart, of my painful thoughts, of my afflicted soul. It is more than I can bear. Healer of all healers.
Those are highly efficient mechanical contrivance.
Eternal God, grant me a measure of eternity, lend me some permanence to this temporal life of mine. Grant health, happiness, and long life to my children and to their children, and as long as they live. Some part of myself will survive, something of me will live on in this world. Give me life to God and life to those who come after me. Children, nothing but God, but what is more precious than our children? Is there any treasure that can be more beloved, pure than those cherished souls we have brought into the world? Help me guide them well, dear God, and help them accept my guidance. Help them lead
I
their
remain
life with
steadfast in
faith.
my commitment to there being only one major issue facing this country.
Letting us go, dear God, help me grow old with dignity and wisdom. As the twilight years cast their shadow
With his environment.
help my mind remain clear and peace with the world.
I think that's like coming to Cloudhouse, because technically when you jerk it, you're projecting in your mind thinking about something, and people come in and they think they're thinking about something, but what they're really doing is just getting into a good feedback loop by running the fucking mouth talk about fucking nothing.
Ageless aging.
And they say, you made my point, you made my point, bitch. You didn't have a fucking point, you got a 2 IQ, you stupid fool.
Teach me to relate to my physical existence whenever God-conscious person, but only I myself can change this heaven to come closer to you.
Please don't scroll.
I strive for your nearness.
Please don't coding. Oh, I hope. Please don't scroll.
Teach me to be true to myself and let a small country the disapproval of others. Let me learn to depend on no one but you and to look nowhere but within to know my true self that person. Help me strive to come closer, to be fully committed to you. Every part of me, physical, emotional, and spiritual, join in focused determination to fulfill your will. May my thoughts, my emotions, my words, and all my actions be wholly in tune with you. And thanks, oh God, I can never thank you enough for leading me toward the path to wholeness in life. You've shown me how to make my desires akin to your will. The way to rectification and renewal, to deep solace and healing, to meaning and eternal tranquility is only through actively seeking your will. Thank you, God, for leading me to that understanding. Eternal companion, help us pour out our hearts to you honestly and sincerely. With these prayers as our guide, help us feel close to you, dear God. Life makes warriors of us all. To emerge the victors, we must arm ourselves with the most potent of weapons. That weapon is prayer. Actions. No place too far for us. Tell me this. Is there some secluded spot in the vicinity where I can go to pray? Ragnarsman asked. He had just arrived in Breslov, the town whose name the Breslov movement has borne ever since. I know the place that would be most suitable, the Chassid replied, but it's quite far from here. Father Rebbe explained, what do you mean by far? Far from the mind or from the heart? Nachman later taught, when your heart yearns, distance is no obstacle. In praise, my God, I work and I strive, never knowing if I will succeed. You and only you can give hope to my dreams. With your help, I am spared wasted efforts. With your blessing, all hardship I endure can bear fruit. You and only you are the key to success.
Dude, I have a cousin who did it when he was like 8, and it was terrible for him.
Yeah, I know what I did.
It's like way worse.
Jack, you know the story of, you remember the story in the Torah of Dinah and Shem, which is Nablus? They, Dinah was
Dr. Australia!
one of the daughters.
That PTR is beautiful! Let me take a look at that PTR. That's some funny shit, dog.
Egypt.
Oh my god, you took a screenshot and put it into an AI? Oh. Even the sweatshirt says so much, doesn't it? Ugh, great PTR.
It's a pretty tough story.
Top-notch work
And
there.
they said, sure, you can do it, but you gotta circumcise yourselves. And they did it. And on the third day is the most painful if you get it done as an adult.
I can only imagine. Dude.
Yeah, the third day, all of the men were just like lying on the ground and just like doing so much pain.
Why is the third day? Why is the third day the most painful and not as they're actually, doing the circumcision?
I thought when you get it done as a baby,
Nothing, it's very few nerve endings. The next day is fine.
yeah, I've heard it's nothing for a baby.
No, they give them a little bit of wine afterwards. Kid gets drunk. It's the whole thing.
What?
Yeah. They give them, they infuse the little ace bandage or whatever, those little gauze pads with wine. Give it to the baby to sip on.
It is bad for, they claim that it's also,
Isn't that called contributing to the delinquency of a minor?
Yeah, can't commit yet. Who's that next to you?
It's Dr. Ron Paul, former congressman from Texas.
Oh, well. You're looking pretty suave in that picture.
Yeah, that was he came to Los Angeles. They contributed money and time to his campaign, but he unfortunately lost. I don't know if you remember him at the debates, but if he acted like Donald Trump, he would have won. Unfortunately, he acted like Ron Paul and he lost. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Noah. What were you saying?
Oh, I completely forgot, bro. Oh, I think it was.
Circumcision.
Yeah, no, they'll say that like the benefits like are very minor. They don't really outweigh.
What does that mean? Minor.
Like these like claims that they're so like it's actually so hygienic and so good. The claim is that it's actually overstated. And
How do they prove that?
first of all, yeah,
What I
this
do.
is where like
Courage to grow, Almighty God, source of all the energy of life. Without you, I am helpless. Give me the courage, the physical drive, the emotional energy, and the spiritual will to risk in order to grow, to welcome every challenge as my life unfolds. Full life. O life of the world, grant me a full life, a life which may be considered long because it has been filled with right living, and considered rich because it has been filled with holy acts. Making ends meet, source of all sustenance, sustain me nowadays, or even living simply, working only to acquire life's most basic necessities, demands so much. In the black, help me see my way out of this monstrous
Dr. Australia.
text.
You've really taken this game far. I love it.
Those
Good one,
overwhelming
dog.
expenses and
She's
bills.
mad at you for posting her
Those
name on it after she
inescapable
went
medical
viral.
expenditures, but
She's
most of all, dear God, help
I
me
agree.
keep my account with you in the
See,
black.
but Dr. Australia, the one thing is you're not like hanging out with her in the real world. Like you're not dating her, you're not having lunch with her. Like you're talking to her through the safe space of the phone. So if you actually spend time listening to her, and actually she doesn't really say that much anymore, as far as I'm concerned. So I assume she's like medicated.
Body and soul, Holy One, grant me the strength to cast off.
But that's just not true. She's actually just, I think, more reserved, and I think she's like thinking and wants to say a lot of things. Maybe she doesn't say it, but either way, as you know, those rooms are all huge wastes of time. And right now, we are listening to the prayers of Reb Nachman of Breslov.
Let my body together with my soul soar ever closer to you. Teaching my being, dear God, teach me to embody those ideals I would want my children to learn from me. Let me communicate with my children wisely in ways that will draw their hearts to kindness, to decency, and to true wisdom. Dear God, let me pass on to my children only the good. Let them find in me the values and the behavior I hope to see in them. Wholeness and well-being, God of wholeness, God of healing. Envelop us with wholeness and well-being. Heal us in body and soul. Let all the elements of our bodies work together in perfect symmetry and in peaceful harmony. Remove every trace of illness, every hint of infirmity. Send the healing which you alone can bring. Sincerity, O you who are infinitely deep, yet also profoundly simple. Help me walk this simple path. Free me from any facade of sophistication, which will only hinder my endless quest to come closer to you. Help me live my life with faith, with sincerity, and with perfect simplicity. Giving, my God, help me become a giver. Help me give, go on giving. You've called on us to be charitable. Show me how to give with a pure heart, with an open heart, with a heart filled with joy. Lead me to those who are truly deserving, for giving is so holy an act. Help me find the truly needy and help them find me. True nourishment, dear God, teach me to eat right and to eat for the right reasons. Keep me from eating the wrong foods and from eating more than I should. Let all that I eat nourish me, never weaken or harm me. Let the food I ingest create a perfect balance within me, in my body, mind, and soul. Gaining perspective. Dear God, I need your guidance. Bring perspective to my life. For the meaningless allures of this world control me. Let me see beyond the coarse requirements of my daily subsistence. Let me bask in that which is truly precious, in the beauty of my relationship with you, dear God. working to live, though I have no choice but to work to support myself and those who depend on me. But my job never dominated my life and psyche. Let me never be so caught up in the pursuit of my livelihood that I stoop to dishonesty in order to get ahead. Let me make no transaction without recognizing that any measure of success I might find, I can come only from you. Oh God, see my pain, see the constant tension and anxiety with which I must function, with which I don't function. Touch my life with your love and your strength. With your wisdom I have more than I can bear alone. Troubles, kind, loving, mighty God, stretch out your hand to strengthen me. Lift me up from my abyss, right my wrongs, turn my every failure into success. Look upon all my troubles and say enough. Priorities, oh God, help me fix within my mind the enduring truths of life. Let my every action be directed towards life's ultimate goals. For how can I face you, my Creator, without having invested all my days in preparation for that moment when I will meet you? How can I face you, source of my life, so long as I remain naked and barren, mired in the fantasies that form the substance of life's illusions? Living to the fullest, dear God, as I age, as hours turn to days. Days to weeks and weeks to months and months to years. Let none of my time be wasted or lost. Let me use my life to the fullest to become the person I am meant to be. And thanks, dear God, all the good I can do in this world will never match all the good you've done for me. All my acts of kindness will never equal all the kindness you've shown me. Even all the gratitude I can muster will never suffice to express through and to ask for help. Hasid explained to Reb Nachman. When I'm finally alone and try to pray, the words don't come. Then Rebbe assured him, even just calling out to God, Ribbono Shel Olam, again and again is extremely beneficial. Once when informed that someone was able to recite 1,000 pages of Talmud, Reb Noson responded, yes, that is impressive. Yet there are those of the Rebbe's followers who can repeat the phrase Ribbono Shel Olam 1,000 times. And praise, Master of the universe, you listen to the anguished cries and desperate walls of every one of your beloved children. You hear my incoherent cries. You comprehend my jumbled words. I try my best to reach you with my inadequate prayers. I call out to you and you understand. Prayer, God of life, help me pray with all the force I can muster. If only I could invest all my energy into each word, even into every letter of my prayers. I know that it would give me renewed strength, renewed spirit. Prayer to the Almighty is my life, says the psalmist. Please help me pray. Crying out to God, oh, how I want to cry out to you, God of strength, to cry undistracted. And with a pure heart, help me pray with all my strength to raise my voice in resounding supplication until my own prayers strike my mind like thunderclaps and refine the innermost recesses of my heart. One true word, oh dear God, for once let me call out to you with one true prayer. Let me think one pure thought, cry one genuine cry, pray one absolutely sincere prayer. My son or my daughter, or my mother or my father, among all those of your children who are in need of your healing blessing. Openness, dear God, I want to open myself to you wholly, perfectly, and sincerely. I want to tell you about my doubts, my certainties, my weaknesses, my strengths, my failures, my successes. Breaking down the barriers, God. I want to break down every barrier that separates me from you. I want to lay out before you the parts of myself I'd love, and the parts I despise, the parts of myself that are healthy, and the parts that need healing. Parts I feel secure enough to speak of, and the insecurities I haven't the courage to share. Crying and sighing, the years have brought more pain than ever I imagined possible. When I cry, loving God, let me cry only to you. When I sigh, let that sigh be a pure, honest expression of a soul yearning for your light. Crying and sighing, let my cries and sighs heal me and restore me and bring me to joy. We never again succumb to bitterness or depressing thoughts of God. Show me life's meaning. Effective words, God of wisdom, teach me the right words. Teach me the very words that will touch the hearts and souls of others. When a friend needs my understanding ear, teach me the words to say that will strengthen, that will encourage, that will express only my love and concern. Effective silence, God of wisdom, teach me to relate to others with words they need to hear, with words that will never misguide. Teach me, dear God, that often the most effective words are no words at all. Teach me how and when to communicate with that most potent gift of silence. Sensitive speech, God of understanding, guide me, for my own words sometimes baffle me. When I relate to those around me insensitively, when I hurt, embarrass, or insult them, when I speak with a callousness that causes pain, when I lose myself in my own ego, God, pull me back to reality. Help others understand that I too am in pain, and let them be forgiving. Harmful words, oh God, help me avoid every abusive speech. Let no untrue word escape my lips. I pray that I never speak badly of others or speak empty words of flattery. Help me stay away from profanity. Teach me, dear God, when to keep silent and when to speak. And when I speak, oh God, you save me from using your wonderful gift of speech to humiliate or hurt anyone. Lies, ruler of the world, grant me truth. Spare me from the lies of others. Help me stop myself from lying to others. Save me from lying to myself and spare me from the lies of my own illusions. God, never let me live a lie, even for only a moment. Holy sounds, oh God, your creation resonates with holy sounds. Let me hear them all. Let them penetrate my heart and rouse my senses. The jangle of a charity box, the voice of a faithful teacher, even the intonation of my own sigh when I cry out to you. All these sounds are holy. Oh God, let my heart hear them and all be uplifted. In thanks, God, ever my only support. You taught me to pray, to sigh, to cry, to awaken true, meaningful words from deep within, words that strengthen, words that ease my pain and heal my wounds, words that dispel darkness. Thank you, God, for opening my lips, and for teaching me to seek you through prayer. Feelings. Praying for what you need, Reb Nachman taught. When it comes to praying for what you need, there is nothing too insignificant to ask of God. Reb Nosson once happened to mention to Reb Nachman some minor convenience that he was lacking, then asked God to give it to you. The Reb advised him. It was completely astounded, Reb Nosson relates, would never have considered turning to God for something so trivial, which in any case I could have managed without. Noting my surprise, the Reb added, "Tell me, is it beneath your dignity to pray for something so minor? No matter what you need, the best thing you can do is pray for it. And praise, dear God of compassion. Your mercies are with me always, every moment of my life. With each breath I take, only you can love me so completely, so unconditionally, so profoundly. If people care for me, it is only because you care for me. If any of my words find their way into the hearts of others, it is nothing more than a reflection of your all-encompassing presence in my life. Compassion, loving God, you who are full of compassion, teach me to be like you. Teach me to be kind and generous and loving, just as you are kind and generous and loving to all your creations. Please help me develop true sensitivity and genuine compassion toward everything in creation. Joy, God, I stand between and battered by the countless manifestations of my own inadequacies. Yet we must live with joy, overcome despair, seek, pursue, and find every inkling of goodness, every positive point within ourselves, and so discover true joy. Aid me in this quest, O God. Help me find satisfaction and a deep, abiding pleasure in all that I have, in all that I do, in all that I am. Positive attitude. Merciful God, let me experience your mercy. Save me from pessimism, from bitterness, and from cynicism. Help me overcome my negative feelings. Help me avoid every form of arrogance, every hint of greed. Loving protection. Loving God, protect me with your love. Prevent others from viewing me with hostility. Never allow the negativity of others to influence my life or affect my destiny. Seeing the good, oh is always so simple to find the evil, the ugly, the bad. Help me learn to discount all that is negative in the other. Show me the goodness, the beauty, the kindness in everyone I meet. Power of love. Teach me to search for the fine qualities in others, to recognize their immeasurable worth. Teach me to cultivate a love for all your children. No one is without redeeming value. Let the good in me connect with the good in others until all the world is transformed through the compelling power of love. Soulmate, oh loving God, so many in your world live without true love. So many cannot find their soulmate. Have mercy on them, O source of all love. Let every lonely and incomplete soul know the wholeness of being that comes when one finds one's true love. Living in love, God of mercy, God of love. It is sometimes difficult, so painfully difficult, to sustain a harmonious home life, to maintain a marriage based on true friendship and love. Let never a hint of argument, frustration, or suspicion cloud our relationship. We need an extra measure of compassion to understand and to care for one another with genuine sensitivity and with open acceptance. Let abundant peace fill our home. Peace, God, help me learn to cherish peace, to pursue peace, to promote peace. Save me from the need to be always right, which leads only to tension and strife. Oneness, God, help me forge a oneness between myself and others, between myself and my spouse, between myself and my children. Help me forge a oneness of the many selves within me. Help me become one with you. Learning to wait, God of patience, teach me patience. Help me learn to wait for the good that is just around the corner, for the assistance that will soon be within my reach, for the relief that is just a moment away. Inner calm, patient God, teach me to be patient, unruffled by those who anger, tolerant of those who exasperate, accepting of those who disappoint. Help me remain serene in the face of derision, calm in the face of provocation, composed in the midst of a storm. And God, teach me to be patient with myself. Forgiving God, you alone know how urgently I need to learn to forgive. Help me douse all the anger that burns within me against those who have wronged me. Help me abandon all the animosity, all the hostility that clogs my heart. Help me turn my anger into love, and my enmity into compassion. God, I never want to become angry. Protect me from my own passions. Don't let me lose myself to small-mindedness, resentment of others. Guard me from turning my temper against anything or anyone, even and especially against myself. A peaceful disposition. Teach me, O God, to seek only peace. Save me from every form of argument, controversy, and quarrel. Liberate me from every type of misunderstanding and strife. Where there is no peace, there can be no joy, there can be no love, there can be no true presence of mind. Dear God, let me be mine to share. Contentment, dear God, save me from wanting what is not mine. Protect me from my own jealousy, from desiring the money or the possessions, the position or the honor that belong to another. Let me trust in you enough to believe that what is meant to be mine will come to me. Let me trust in you enough to be satisfied with all that I have today. Self-esteem, dear God, let me feel close to you. Grant me satisfaction with my life. Let me rejoice in that closeness, and let me turn with that satisfaction into a sense of self-worth, not one based in arrogance or in feelings of self-importance, but humble as self-esteem rooted in holiness. Arrogance, dear God, free me of false pride. Free me of the arrogance that accompanies an inflated self-image. Spare me from haughtiness, from the overloaded ego which stems from an empty self. Let me learn to feel good about myself. Let me never feel the need to belittle anyone in order to find value and worth, in order to feel valued and worthy. A haven of Joy. Teach me the meaning of joy, dear God. Strong, deep, genuine, and pure joy. Don't let me succumb to feelings of sadness, loneliness, and depression. Teach me to turn clapping and dancing, dear God. Stir my heart with the spirit of joy. Imbue my arms and my legs with that spirit. For my arms are encumbered and my legs have become heavy with my wrongdoings. Fill me, my God, with the cleansing spirit of holy joy. Enliven all my limbs. Help me raise my hands and clap. Help me lift my feet and dance, dance, dance. Overcoming loss, dear God. In this hollow that is me, in this hollow that once brimmed with confidence and joy, God pulled me back to the world of the living, back to a life of action and human relationships. And thanks, loving, caring God, all that happens in fulfillment in my life come only from you. Knowing how absolute my dependence on you, I find peace of mind. Your presence suffuses my life, caressing me with hope, joy, and love. I've tasted your love, I've known your compassion, experienced your patience, and I am filled with gratefulness. Thoughts. An entirely new world. It is impossible to describe how wonderful it was in those early years, Reb Nachman said to the Hasid. They were strolling through the outskirts of the village where the Reb had spent the first years of his marriage worshipping and serving God in relative anonymity. With each step I took in these fields, praying and calling out to God, I experienced yet another taste of paradise. On another occasion, Rabbi Nachman described what it was like returning home after a day spent crying his heart out to God in the fields of our forest. Coming back, everything appeared different to me. The world seemed entirely new. In praise of God, I only begin to realize how very much you've done for me. I must now internalize the understanding that everything that happens to me, everything is an expression of your everlasting love, of your concern for my ultimate good. God, as I recognize all your goodness, as your kindness fills my thoughts, I sing your praise. Light of awareness. God, let me comprehend all that I see with the light of awareness. Let me understand whatever touches my life in a deep and intimate way, in a way that embraces both the adult and the child within me. Develops in faith, my God, you and only you know how strongly I want to believe in you, to put all my faith in you alone. Help me make this desire a reality. Help me perceive your presence and draw strength from it. Every moment of my life, through every trial I face, let that recognition bolster my faith in you wherever I go, whatever I do. Accepting God's justice, God, help me see. Help me understand truth in the light of your ultimate justice. When I see the success of the wicked, help me realize that it is but an illusion. Nothing authentic, nothing real. Real success, true good, absolute happiness are found only with you, dear God of truth, and one day I will see it, experience it, and know it. Overcoming doubts, my vision is distorted. Loving God of truth, I want to see clearly, but my heart leads me through twisted, convoluted paths of misunderstood impressions. Straighten those paths so that I can strengthen myself in the conviction of my beliefs. Learning life's lessons. Dear God, let my heart grasp the profound wisdom with which you created the world. Help me understand that life's difficulties are in fact her opportunities. Life's endings are also her beginnings. Life's disappointments are her finest teachers. Learning life's lessons, dear God, let my heart grasp the profound wisdom with which you created me. Help me understand that my vulnerabilities in fact open me to growth. My limits draw me to new frontiers. My very failures teach me to succeed. Perceptions, body and soul. Holy One, grant me the wisdom to bring harmony to the alliance of my body and soul. Let them rise together in my devotion to you. My soul perceives your light. Let my body discern it too. My soul sounds your praise. Let my body sing it too. Focus prayer, oh dear God. I want to pray, but the distractions are never ending. Please help me overcome them. Help me be wholly focused for once. Help me pray only true, totally heartfelt words to you, dear God. Wise counsel, oh God. How can I make my way through the confusion and uncertainty that cloud so much of what I do? Guide me to wise teachers and mentors, whose advice is pure and in tune with your will. Guide me to true friends whose counsel is caring and promotes my best interests. Guide me to clear, correct decisions, to conclusions that are sound and free of all doubt. clarity and assurance. Oh God, grant me clarity and assurance in whatever I do. Teach me to trust in wise teachers, to learn from their insightful words, to teach me to trust in true friends, to treasure their care and concern. Teach me to trust in myself, to judge my own course correctly, and so to live with conviction and hope. Seeing light in darkness, God of unfathomable goodness, the history of human agony haunts my soul. Ashes, blood, and cries pierce my heart. Diabolic schemes of oppressors plague my mind. Grant me an extra measure of strength, understanding, and faith to help me find you, to discover your light amidst the blinding dread through the revolting horror. Sorting through confusion, God of truth, help me sort through the dizzying confusion of my life. My mind swirls with all that I've seen and that I've read, all that's happened to me. Teach me to focus, to prioritize, to see with clarity, so that I can move on with my life. A humble spirit, dear God, guide me along the path of sincere humility. If I ever put on airs, stop me. Bless me with a humble spirit, with eyes that see only the good in people, with a mind always open to others' opinions, with a heart who's caring of their concerns. Teach me to humble myself even before the lowliest of your children, whose very brokenness brings them closer to you. Finding good. Oh, loving God, help me discover and uncover all that is good, all that is positive in the world. Camouflaged though they may be, let me find those elusive sparks of holy light. Let me perceive all the beauty and truth hidden within your creation. Finding good when I am confronted with baseness and evil, that all the bad fall away before me, that all the good and goodliness that lies hidden within everyone I meet shine forth and emerge as a grand reflection of beauty and light. Losing control, oh how much good I've lost in losing control of my anger. Such a large portion of my life. So much growth I've let slip from my hands by allowing my burning thoughts to get the better of me. God, teach me to let go. Maintaining perspective, oh God, please help me comprehend that life in this world is fleeting, hardly more than a fantasy. At this moment I am here, as are those around me. Where will I be? Where will they be? In an hour, in a day, in a year, or in 10? Help me hold in my mind an image of the world that awaits me, of the life eternal that will follow my stay in this place of momentary fascination and reverie. And thanks my God, it has taken me time, but I'm finally learning to trust you. When I called, you answered, and when I cried, you sent relief. When I was in need, you came through. You are there for me in every instance. I need only look, think, and understand, and I can always find you. There you are, always ready to help. Thank you, God, for waiting for me. Will wanting to wait in one of his most powerful statements, Rabbi Nachman unequivocally characterizes the facet of the human psyche which functions below the threshold of consciousness. You'd be a good Jew, he insisted to Rabbi Nachman. But, said the Rebbe, do you really want to want? And praise God, you've given me the physical, emotional, and spiritual will to overcome so many obstacles that have risen before me. How many times have I faced what I perceived to be impossible, hopeless situations, and withstood them, and discovered creative solutions through which to surmount and master them. You strengthened me again and again. I know that you will never fail me. In God's will, merciful God, I know how very much you care for me. You've made me in accordance with your will. Why then don't I always want to be that which you've made me? Why do I so often fall short of all that you want me to be? In God's will, God, I want to be so many things, to do so much, to achieve so endlessly, but can anyone be everything, do everything, have everything? You alone understand the fragile balance of my soul. You've invested in me the potential to make of that balance a perfect creation. Now help me fashion myself into just such a creation, in accordance with your will. overcoming negative traits. Oh God, help me perfect every element of my humaneness. Help me overcome all my negative traits, all my evil motivations. Teach me to turn bad into good. Building good traits. Help me grow. Teach me to strive for a soul that is pure and flawless. Let my every characteristic be impervious to evil. Surely then I can hope that I, in my very humaneness, might merge with the holiness of your existence. Perfection of the soul. God, perfect soul, you created me destined for perfection. How far have I wandered from that destiny? How much of my purity have I squandered through careless, thoughtless, self-centered behavior wanting immorality and holiness? The soul's recovery. There must be a way I can lead me there. Don't turn me away. Open your hands and welcome me back. The gift of free will, God of wonders, you've given me the most wonderful of all gifts, the gift of free will. May my will never deviate from your holy will. Guide me always so that all the choices I make are good ones, choices that are in harmony with your will as long as I live. A world of responsibility, architect of the world, author of her story, grant me the courage to participate in the world's design, to join in the unfolding of her story. I want to share the responsibility of this world, to pray for her welfare, to care for her needs, to safeguard her treasures, to work for her rectification. Self-renewal, dear God, teach me to begin anew, to renew myself along with all the creation, just as you renew the entire world each day. Show me how I can break free of the constraints of my habits, the restraints of my insecurities, the shackles of my unwarranted fears. Fresh start, teach me, dear God, to make a fresh start, to break yesterday's patterns, to stop telling myself I can't where I can. I'm not when I am, I'm stuck when I'm eminently free. The way home, center of all existence, help me find the way to that sacred sanctuary within myself, to the precious center of my existence. Help me discover my place in the world, that space where I truly belong. Space which belongs unconditionally to me. Dear God, I've wandered for so very long. Help me find my way home. Healing my life, dear God, what a mess I've made of my life. A hopeless mess. How will I ever right all that I've wronged, restore all that I've ruined, fix all that I've destroyed? Only you can help me, dear God. If you don't help me, what hope is there? Help me and heal my life. Reaching for wholeness, compassionate God, healer of my body, healer of my soul, heal me, strengthen my aching heart, mend my shattered existence, make me whole. Rejuvenation, master of the world, you know the bitterness. Give me strength and courage, for my remedy too must certainly be bitter. My rejuvenation will not come easily. Healer of all, heal me. A measure of eternity, eternal God, grant me a measure of eternity. Lend me some permanence to this temporal life of mine.
Jack,
Grant health, happiness, and long life to my children.
I support Ashkenazis dominating, as they should. This is their country. They built this country. It was a well-oiled machine.
See, Jack, you don't understand.
Country.
Ashkenazi don't dominate.
I know when like Arabs are doing some fuck shit.
Jack, you're ridiculous. Ashkenazis don't dominate. They dominate by not dominating, Jack. It's reverse. You understand, Jack? Come on, man. Get with it, bro.
Jack, would you describe yourself as like a caveman?
No.
That's a good analogy. Good one, Ray.
You think you're a modern man, Jack?
I don't know what that means. What's a modern man?
Someone who kind of like is with 2025.
Just
like,
tell us, Jack, when you look in the mirror, what do you see? Do you see a coward?
Comedian.
Do you see a low IQ, moron? What do you see in the mirror, Jack?
Sometimes. It depends on the day, really.
This is the funniest Republican comedian out there. So, Jack, do you think like Native Americans should be then running America today?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay, so they're fucking retarded.
But you gotta understand the
Jack supports dominant. He supports dominant Ashkenazim. Dominant.
The are running it well.
The Ashkenazis aren't the native people.
Their children live as long as they live. Some part of myself will survive. Something of me will live on in this world. Give me life, dear God, and life to those who come after me. Children, loving God, what is more precious than our children? Is there any treasure that can be more beloved, more pure than those cherished souls we have brought into the world? Help me guide them well, dear God, and help them accept my guidance. Help them lead their life with
Dominant Ashkenazi supporters only. This is called Dominant Ashkenazi supporters
The
only.
twilight years cast their shadow upon me. Help my mind remain clear at peace with the world and with itself. Let me learn to let go of my bonds and with this world, of my need for honor and status, of my attraction to physical indulgences, of my envy of others, of my regrets over all that might have been. Ageless aging, teach me, God, to live out my days focused on all that is meaningful in life, and its unaccountable aches and pains multiply as memory and retention fade. Teach me to relate to my physical existence with an ever-expanding recognition of its transient nature. Teach me to relate to my soul with an ever-expanding awareness of her eternal nature and ageless worth. Approaching God, my soul thirsts for you. Oh God, will I ever deserve to feel you beside me? There are so many obstacles that keep me from being what I want to be, a good person, a God-conscious person, but only I myself can change this. Help me make the effort to come closer to you. Help me long and yearn and strive for your nearness. True to self, my God, teach me to be true to myself. Never let me be swayed by the approval or the disapproval of others. Help me learn to depend on no one but you and to look nowhere but within to come to know my true self, that person I really am. In tune with God, oh dear God, be with me and help me strive to come close, to be fully committed to you. Let every part of me, physical, emotional, and spiritual, join in focused determination to fulfill your will. May my thoughts, my emotions, my words, and all my actions be wholly in tune with you. Thanks, oh God, I can never thank you enough for leading me toward the path. Showing me how to make my desires akin to your will. Way to rectification, goals, deep solace and healing, to meaning and eternal tranquility. As well as actively seeking your will, thank you, God, for leading me to that understanding.
What up, Sandra? You're such a fake profile.
Eternal companion, help us pour out our hearts to you, honestly and sincerely. With these prayers as our guide, help us.
Different cultures. Yes, some of them became Ashkenazi, some of them became Mizrahi, some of them became Sephardi, some of them became black, all kinds. But they all originated, like Ethiopian or whatever. But originated. What?
There's just no way you do it.
That's not coexistence, Jack. You're denying their birthright, Jack.
It's not PC. Listen, I'm really not sure you're struggling, my friend. No, hold on. I want to understand, okay? So there were like people in Judea that were kicked out of the diaspora and they went out to different places. And over 2,000 years, you don't see the possibility that they assimilated or that they kind of had sex with other people. Like, it's so weird to me that you, hold on. It's so weird to me that you think that I'm delusional when it makes perfect sense in any way, shape, or form that when you go to a different country like Africa, over 2,000 years, yes, it will have an effect.
Of course, it will have an effect. I don't deny that, but there's not one white Ethiopian or similar skin tone to you. And here's my thing: if the integration was so deep, these are no longer the same people. Like the amount of Jews or ancient Judeans or Israelite, those are not the same people anymore. They might have the same culture, follow the same traditions, but if they mix that much.
We are talking about 2,000 years.
Okay, I do. And I'm saying if they mix that much over 2,000 years, if they mix that much over 2,000 years, dude, they don't look anything like they're like, you know what I mean? They're completely not the same people anymore. It's these like how many? Okay, real quick.
Has the book changed though, Jack? Did the library shut down? Are the books no longer relevant? Hello?
They are not the same people, you are right. But they originated, and this is what I said, they originated from the same place. And they had the same culture, and they had the same place of it.
I got a question. How many people were essentially like getting, what do you say, expelled from Israel and then went into Ethiopia? What do you say, like, give or take a number? Obviously, you're not going to know the exact number.
I don't remember what we're talking about this stuff.
Like Ethiopia.
Yes. Yes.
So they have like Levantine ancestry.
Yes.
Or is that all gone by now?
No, but is that DNA difference?
No, they would have Levantine ancestry. I'm not sure what Levantine ancestry.
Is that DNA difference to other Ethiopians? Like, don't you claim to be
No, DNA is the same everywhere around the world. Deoxyribonucleic acid is what it stands for, and it has chemical equations, which is universal, and every human has it.
I mean, it's really simple concept. I'm not sure why it is so.
Your ignorance insults me.
You're European.
No, I'm not European.
Does everybody have to go to the gym and eat a dinner? Is there anything really different between anybody?
No, I am like you come out, bro, but like you can't disrupt the whole stage.
So I have like European ancestry, but I don't feel myself a European now. There's nothing European about it.
Once you say that Ethiopians do that,
Life is glorious in us all. To nudge the victors, we must arm ourselves with the most potent of weapons. That weapon is prayer. Actions. No place too far for us. Tell me this. Is there some secluded spot in the vicinity where I can go to pray? Ragnarsman asked. He had just arrived in Breslov, the town whose name the Breslov movement has borne ever since. I know the place that would be most suitable, the Hasid replied, but it's quite far from here. Father, Rebbe explained, what do you mean by far? Far from the mind or far from the heart?
But all men
How
are
can you talk
created
when your heart yearns? Distance is no obstacle. And praise my God, I work and I strive, never knowing if I will succeed. You and only you can give hope to my dreams. With your help I am spared wasted efforts. The blessing of hardship I endure can bear fruit. You and only you are the key to success in what I do. Almighty God, source of all the
We don't learn to separate the essential from the accidental, love from desire, caprice from fate, the inmost from the merely mental. Our star, the sun, gives life and
to welcome every challenge as my life unfolds. Full life. Oh, life of the world, grant me a full life, a life which may be considered long because it has been filled with right living, and considered rich because it has been filled with holy acts. Making ends meet, source of all sustenance, sustain me. Nowadays, I even living simply, working while life's most basic necessities demands so much. In the black, help me see my way out of this monstrous tangle of debts. The inevitable outlay for my children's needs, those overwhelming expenses and bills, those inescapable medical expenditures, but most of all, dear God, help me keep my account with you in the black. Body and soul, Holy One, grant me the strength to cast off the spiritual sluggishness and indifference which encumber my body. Let my body, together with my soul, soar ever closer to you. Teaching my being, dear God, teach me to embody those ideals I would want my children to learn from me. Let me communicate with my children wisely in ways that will draw their hearts to kindness, to decency, and to true wisdom. Dear God, let me pass on to my children only the good. Let them find in me the values and the behavior I hope to see in them. Wholeness and well-being, God of wholeness, God of healing. Envelop us with wholeness and well-being. Heal us in body and soul. Let all the elements of our bodies work together in perfect symmetry and in peaceful harmony. Remove every trace of illness, every hint of infirmity. Send the healing which you alone can bring. Sincerity, O you who are infinitely deep, yet also profoundly simple, help me walk this simple path. Free me from any facade of sophistication, which will only hinder my endless quest to come closer to you. Help me live my life with faith, with sincerity, and with perfect simplicity. Giving, my God, help me become a giver. Help me give and go on giving. You've called on us to be charitable. Show me how. Show me how to give with a pure heart, with an open heart, with a heart filled with joy. Lead me to those who are truly deserving, for giving is so holy an act. Help me find the truly needy and help them find me. True nourishment, dear God, teach me to eat right and to eat for the right reasons. Keep me from eating the wrong foods and from eating more than I should. Let all that I eat nourish me, never weaken or harm me. Let the food I ingest create a perfect balance within me, in my body, mind, and soul. Gaining perspective. Dear God, I need your guidance. Bring perspective to my life. For the meaningless allures of this world control me. Let me see beyond the coarse requirements of my daily subsistence. Let me bask in that which is truly precious, in the beauty of my relationship with you, dear God. Working to live, though I have no choice but to work to support myself and those who depend on me. Let my job never dominate my life and psyche. Let me never be so caught up in the pursuit of my livelihood that I stoop to dishonesty in order to get ahead. Let me make no transaction without recognizing that any measure of success I might find, I can come only from you. Oh God, see my pain, see the constant tension and anxiety with which I must function, with which I don't function. Touch my life with your love and your strength. With your wisdom I have more than I can bear alone. Troubles. Kind, loving, mighty God, stretch out your hand to strengthen me. Lift me up from my abyss. Right my wrongs. Turn my every failure into success. Look upon all my troubles and say enough. Priorities, oh God, help me fix within my mind the enduring truths of life. Let my every action be directed towards life's ultimate goals. For how can I face you, my Creator, without having invested all my days in preparation for that moment when I will meet you? How can I face you, source of my life, so long as I remain naked and barren, mired in the fantasies that form the substance of life's illusions? Living to the fullest, dear God, as I age, as hours turn to days to weeks and weeks to months and months to years. Let none of my time be wasted or lost. Let me use my life to the fullest to become the person I am meant to be. And thanks, dear God, all the good I can do in this world will never match all the good you've done for me. All my acts of kindness will never equal all the kindness you've shown me. Even all the gratitude I can muster will never suffice to express my appreciation and thanks to you, my God. Words, Reb Nachman's mantra. I want to pray, to tell God everything I'm going through, and to ask for help. Hassid explained to Reb Nachman. When I'm finally alone and trying to pray, the words don't come. Then Rebbe assured him, even just calling out to God, Ribono Shel Olam, again and again is extremely beneficial. Once when informed that someone was able to recite 1,000 pages of Talmud, Reb Nosson responded, yes, that is impressive. Yet there are those of the Rebbe's followers who can repeat the phrase Ribono Shel Olam 1,000 times. Praise Master of the universe, you listen to the anguished cries and desperate walls of every one of your beloved children. You hear my incoherent cries. You comprehend my jumbled words. I try my best to reach you with my inadequate prayers. I call out to you and you understand. Prayer, God of life, help me pray with all the force I can muster. If only I could invest all my energy into each word, even into every letter of my prayers, I know that it would give me renewed strength and renewed spirit. Prayer to the Almighty is my life, says the psalmist. Please help me pray. Crying to God, oh, how I want to cry, God of strength, to cry I'm distracted. Help me pray with all my strength to raise my voice in resounding supplication until my own prayers strike my mind like thunderclaps and refine me in the most.
Time is time, and I, too busy with my work to lie. A love lies prize of works forsooth, too strong to care which way may go the ensuing history of woe. Though I were jaw and you were tooth, so more concerned with seeking sense than worried over consequence. I'll speak
one true word of God for once one true prayer. If you want to cry, a genuine cry, pray, absolutely sincere prayer to you, dear God. God of holiness, God of healing, hear our prayers, such a blessing of healing to my son or my daughter.
Mount of good Father, la prisa sostanno cielo e la blessing.
Most dear God, I want to open myself to you wholly, perfectly, and sincerely. I want to tell you about my doubts, my certainties, my weaknesses, my strengths, my failures, my successes. Breaking down the barriers, God, I want to break down every barrier that separates me from you. Lay out before you the parts of myself I'd love, and the parts I despise, the parts of myself that are healthy, the parts that need healing, the parts I feel secure enough to speak of, and the insecurities I haven't the courage to share. Crying beside chaos that brought no pain, and I
Do you know where Aaron told him to take the gold? He didn't say take the gold off your wrists, off your fingers. He said take the gold off your
solely yearning for your light. Crying inside, my cries inside heal me and restore me to joy. And succumb to bitterness or depressing thoughts of God. Show me life's meaning. Effective
indigenous people to the land, and there are people who are suffering. They are
words that touch the hearts and souls of others. Refrain me into my understanding here. Teach me the words to say that will strengthen, that will encourage, that will express only my love and concern. Effective silence and teach me only to utter words that you to hear, words that will never misguide. Teach me, dear God, that often the most effective words are the words to all. Teach me how and when to hear the most potent sounds. Sensitive speech, God, understanding, guide me for my own good. When I relate to those around me, articles I heard in Patterson, when I speak with a callousness that causes pain, when I lose myself in my own ego, God, bring it back to reality. But let us understand that I too am in pain and let me be forgiving. Powerful words of God, help me avoid.
If you have some money to fund a lawsuit to try to get everything you want, then that's a forced ID.
Help me stay away from profanity. Teach me, dear God, when to keep silent and when to speak. And when I speak, oh God, save me from using your wonderful gift of speech to humiliate my people.
Are easy to understand and easy to
learn the war of gratitude. Spare me from the lies and falsehood. Help me stop myself from lying to others. Save me from lying to myself and spare me from the lies of my own illusions. The jingle of the voice, even the intonation of my own sigh when I cry out, tell you all these sounds are holy. Oh God, let my heart hear them, and all be uplifted.
All things are born from it, yet it doesn't create them. It pours itself into its work.
You taught me to pray, to sigh, to cry, to awaken strong, meaningful words. So strong as these are words of soul darkness, and you, God, for others. Teach me to seek you through
Kitover Congressman John Kitover, representing Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, and 10 other towns in the 60s.
what you need, representing
teachings and daring to screaming into an echo chamber about
China. He was like,
more money to fight China.
to you, the red
We don't
advised
need
him.
to fight China.
Completely sounded with no
So I agree
surveillance.
with Dowd and Jim and vote John Kitover. We need to go for staring.
Which in any
In
case, I
case
could
John
have
Kitover,
managed
go to
without.
Instagram.com/John Kitover and vote for John Kitover March 2020.
6 drive for something so minor. No matter what you need, the best thing you can do is pray for it. And praise, dear God of compassion. Your mercies are with me always, every moment of my life. With each breath I take, only you can love me so completely, so unconditionally, so profoundly. If people care for me, it is only because you care for me. If any of my words find their way into the hearts of others, it is nothing more than a reflection of your all-encompassing presence in my life. Compassion, loving God, you who are full of compassion, teach me to be like you. Teach me to be kind and generous and loving, just as you are kind and generous and loving to all your creations. Please help me develop true sensitivity and genuine compassion toward everything in creation. Joy, God, I stand between and battered by the countless manifestations of my own inadequacies. Yet we must live with joy, overcome despair, seek, pursue, and find every inkling of goodness, every positive point within ourselves, and so discover true joy. Aid me in this quest, O God. Help me find satisfaction and a deep, abiding pleasure in all that I have, in all that I do, in all that I am. Positive attitude. Merciful God, let me experience your mercy. Save me from pessimism, from bitterness, and from cynicism. Help me overcome my negative feelings. Help me avoid every form of arrogance, every hint of greed. Loving protection. Loving God, protect me with your love. Prevent others from viewing me with hostility. Never allow the negativity of others to influence my life or affect my destiny. Seeing the good of good, it is always so simple to find the evil, the ugly, the bad. Help me learn to discount all that is negative in the other. Show me the goodness, the beauty, the kindness in everyone I meet. The power of love. Teach me to search for the fine qualities in others, to recognize their immeasurable worth. Teach me to cultivate a love for all your children. No one is without redeeming value. Let the good in me connect with the good in others until all the world is transformed through the compelling power of love. Soulmate, oh loving God, so many in your world live without true love. So many cannot find their soulmate. Have mercy on them, O source of all love. Let every lonely and incomplete soul know the wholeness of being that comes when one finds one's true love. Living in love, God of mercy, God of love. It is sometimes difficult, so painfully difficult to sustain a harmonious home life, to maintain a marriage based on true friendship and love. Let never a hint of argument, frustration, or suspicion cloud our relationship. We need an extra measure of compassion to understand and to care for one another with genuine sensitivity and with open acceptance and abundance. Abundant peace fill our home. Peace, God, help me learn to cherish peace, to pursue peace, to promote peace. Save me from the need to be always right, which leads only to tension and strife. Oneness, God, help me forge a oneness between myself and others, between myself and my spouse, between myself and my children. Help me forge a oneness of the many selves within me. Help me become one with you. Learning to wait, God of patience, teach me patience. Help me learn to wait for the good that is just around the corner, for the assistance that will soon be within my reach, for the relief that is just a moment away. Inner calm, patient God, teach me to be patient, unruffled by those who anger, tolerant of those who exasperate, accepting of those who disappoint. Help me remain serene in the face of derision, calm in the face of provocation, composed in the midst of a storm, and God, teach me to be patient with myself. Forgiving God, you will alone know how urgently I need to learn to forgive. Help me douse all the anger that burns within me. Free me of resentment against those who have wronged me. Help me abandon all the animosity, all the hostility that clogs my heart. Help me turn my anger into love, my enmity into compassion. God, I never want to become angry. Protect me from my own passions. Don't let me lose myself to small-mindedness, resentment of others. Guard me from turning my temper against anything or anyone, even and especially against myself. A peaceful disposition. Teach me, O God, to seek only peace. Save me from every form of argument, controversy, and quarrel. Liberate me from every type of misunderstanding and strife. Where there is no peace, there can be no joy, there can be no love, there can be no true presence of mind. Dear God, that me be mine to share. Contentment, dear God, save me from wanting what is not mine. Protect me from my own jealousy, from desiring the money or the possessions, the position or the honor that belong to another. Let me trust in you enough to believe that what is meant to be mine will come to me. Let me trust in you enough to be satisfied with all that I have today. Self-esteem, dear God, let me feel close to you. Grant me satisfaction with my life. Let me rejoice in that closeness, and let me turn with that satisfaction into a sense of self-worth, not based in arrogance or in feelings of self-importance, but humble as self-esteem rooted in holiness. Arrogance, dear God, free me of false pride. Free me of the arrogance that accompanies an inflated self-image. Spare me from haughtiness, from the overloaded ego which stands from an empty self. Let me learn to feel good about myself. Let me never feel the need to belittle anyone in order to find value and worth, in order to feel valued and worthy. A haven of joy. Teach me the meaning of joy, dear God. Strong, deep, genuine, and pure joy. Don't let me succumb to feelings of sadness, loneliness, and depression. Teach me to turn to you with my every problem, frustration, anxiety, and pain. Accept my broken heart. Heal me and shelter me in a haven of joy. Clapping and dancing, dear God, stir my heart with the spirit of joy. Imbue my arms and my legs with that spirit. For my arms are encumbered and my legs have become heavy with my wrongdoings. Fill me, my God, with the cleansing spirit of holy joy. Enliven all my limbs. Help me raise my hands and clap. Help me lift my feet and dance, dance, dance. Overcoming loss, dear God, suddenly I'm alone, I'm in pain as I search for some source of comfort. The world so full, so bustling, seems so empty now. It's cold and it's frightening. In this hollow that is me, in this hollow that once brimmed with confidence and joy, God pulled me back to the world of the living, back to a life of action and human relationships. And thanks, loving, caring God, all that happens and fulfillment in my life come only from you. Knowing how absolute in my dependence on you, I find peace of mind. Your presence suffuses my life, caressing me with hope, joy, and love. I've tasted your love, I've known your compassion, experienced your patience, and I am filled with gratefulness. Thoughts, an entirely new world. It is impossible to describe how wonderful it was in those early years. Reb Nachman said to the Hasid. They were strolling through the outskirts of the village, and the Reb had spent the first years of his marriage worshipping and serving God in relative anonymity. With each step I took in these fields, praying and calling out to God, I experienced yet another taste of paradise. On another occasion, Rabbi Nachman described what it was like returning home after a day spent crying his heart out to God in the fields or forest. Coming back, everything appeared different to me. The world seemed entirely new. In praise of God, I only begin to realize how very much you've done for me. I must now internalize the understanding that everything that happens to me, everything is an expression of your everlasting love, of your concern for my ultimate good. God, as I recognize all your goodness, as your kindness fills my thoughts, I sing your praise. Light of awareness. God, let me comprehend all that I see with the light of awareness. Let me understand whatever touches my life in a deep and intimate way, in a way that embraces both the adult and the child within me. Enveloped in faith, my God, you and only you know how strongly I want to believe in you, to put all my faith in you alone. Help me make this desire a reality. Help me perceive your presence and draw strength from it. Every moment of my life, through every trial I face, let that recognition bolster my faith in you wherever I go, whatever I do.
Like, it basically fired the same rate as full auto.
Justice, God, help me see. Let me understand all that I see in the light of your truth and the light of your ultimate justice. When I see the success of the wicked, help me realize that it is but an illusion, nothing authentic, nothing real. Real success, true good, absolute happiness are found only with you, the God of truth, and one day I will see it, experience it, and know it. Overcoming doubts, my vision is distorted. Loving God of truth, I want to see clearly, but my heart leads me through twisted, convoluted paths of misunderstood impressions. Straighten those paths so I can strengthen myself in the conviction of my beliefs. Learning life's lessons. Dear God, at my heart, grasp the profound wisdom with which you created the world. Help me understand that life's difficulties are in fact our opportunities. Life's endings are also her beginnings. Life's disappointments are her finest teachers. Learning life's lessons, dear God, let my heart grasp the profound wisdom with which you created me. Help me understand that my vulnerabilities, in fact, open me to growth. My limits draw me to new frontiers. My very failures teach me to succeed. Perceptions, body and soul, Holy One, grant me the wisdom to bring harmony to the alliance of my body and soul. Let them rise together in my devotion to you. My soul perceives your light. Let my body discern it too. My soul sounds your praise. Let my body sing it too. Focus prayer out, dear God. I want to pray, but the distractions are never ending. Please help me overcome them. Help me be wholly focused for once. Help me pray only true, totally heartfelt words to you, dear God. Wise counsel, O God, how can I make my way through the confusion and uncertainty that cloud so much of what I do? Guide me to wise teachers and mentors, whose advice is pure and in tune with your will. Guide me to true friends whose counsel is caring and promotes my best interests. Guide me to clear, correct decisions, to conclusions that are sound and free of all doubt. Clarity and assurance, O God, grant me clarity and assurance in whatever I do. Teach me to trust in wise teachers, to learn from their insightful words, to teach me to trust in true friends, to treasure their care and concern. Teach me to trust in myself, to judge my own course correctly, and so to live with conviction and hope. Seeing light in darkness, God of unfathomable goodness, the history of human agony haunts my soul. Ashes, blood, and cries pierce my heart. Diabolic schemes of oppressors plague my mind. Grant me an extra measure of strength, understanding, and faith to help me find you, to discover your light amidst the blinding dread, through the revolting horror. Sorting through confusion, God of truth, help me sort through the dizzying confusion of my life. My mind swirls with all that I've seen and that I've read, all that's happened to me. Teach me to focus, to prioritize, to see with clarity, so that I can move on with my life. A humble spirit, dear God, guide me along the path of sincere humility. If I ever put on airs, stop me. Bless me with a humble spirit, with eyes that see only the good in people, with a mind always open to others' opinions, with a heart who's caring of their concerns. Teach me to humble myself even before the lowliest of your children, whose very brokenness brings them closer to you. Finding good. Oh, loving God, help me discover and uncover all that is good, all that is positive in the world. Camouflaged though they may be, let me find those elusive sparks of holy light. Let me perceive all the beauty and truth hidden within your creation. Finding good when I am confronted with baseness and evil, let all the bad fall away before me, that all the good and goodliness that lies hidden within everyone I meet shine forth and emerge as a grand reflection of beauty and light. Losing control. Oh, how much good I've lost in losing control of my anger. Such a large portion of my life. So much growth I've let slip from my hands by allowing my burning thoughts to get the better of me. God, teach me to let go. Maintaining perspective, oh God, please help me comprehend that life in this world is fleeting, hardly more than a fantasy. At this moment I am here, as are those around me. Where will I be? Where will they be? In an hour, in a day, in a year, or in 10? Help me hold in my mind an image of the world that awaits me, of the life eternal that will follow my stay in this place of momentary fascination and reverie. And thanks my God, it has taken me time. But I'm finally learning to trust you. When I called, you answered. When I cried, you sent relief. When I was in need, you came through. You are there for me in every instance. I need only look, think, and understand, and I can always find you. There you are, always ready to help. Thank you, God, for waiting for me. So if you see these pieces of worthless scrap, Will wanting to wait in one of his most powerful statements, Rebbe Nachman unequivocally characterizes the facet of the human psyche which functions below the threshold of consciousness. The young man was bemoaning the difficulties he was encountering in his attempts to come closer to God, but I really want to be a good Jew, he insisted to Rebbe Nachman. But, said the Rebbe, do you really want to want? And praise God, you've given me the physical, emotional, and spiritual will to overcome so many obstacles that have been before me. How many times have I faced what I perceived to be impossible, hopeless situations? Discovered creative solutions through which to surmount the them. Persuaded me again and again. I know that you will never fail me. In God's willingness, God, I know how very much you care for me. You've made me in accordance with your will. Why then don't I always want to be that which you've made me? Why do I so often fall short of all that you want me to be?
But he's sending rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all. Okay? We're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting rockets into Kiev and other cities. I don't like it at all. Yeah, I'll give you an update.
You invested in me the potential to make that balance a perfect creation. Now help me fashion myself into just such a creation.
I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what.
Overcoming negative traits, oh God, help me perfect every element of my humanness. Help me overcome all my negative traits, all my evil motivations. Teach me to turn bad into good. Building good traits help me grow. Teach me to strive for a soul that is pure and flawless. That my every characteristic be is surely that I, in my very humaneness, might merge with the holiness of your existence. Perfection of the soul, God, perfect soul, you created me destined for perfection. How far have I wandered from that destiny? How much of my purity have I squandered through careless, thoughtless, self-centered behavior wanting in morality and holiness? The soul's recovery. There must be a way I can regain decency and virtue. There must be a way I can recapture the purity and perfection of my soul. God, don't turn me away. Open your hands and welcome me back.
The country and the continent to admit it.
Gift of free will, God of wonders, you've given me the most wonderful of all gifts, the gift of free will. May my will never deviate from your holy will. Guide me always so that all the choices I make are good ones, choices that are in harmony with your will as long as I live. A world of responsibility, architect of the world, author of her story, grant me the courage to participate in the world's design, to join in the unfolding of her story. I want to share in the responsibility of this world, to pray for her welfare, to care for her needs, to safeguard her treasures, to work for her rectification.
They commons in a currency. You know, if there's a war going on.
Dear God, teach me to begin anew, to renew myself along with all the creation, just as you renew the entire world each day. Show me how I can break free of the constraints of my habits, the restraints of my insecurities, the shackles of my unwarranted fears. Fresh start, teach me, dear God, to make a fresh start. Just like these patterns, to stop telling myself I can't when I can. I'm not when I am. I'm stuck when I'm eminently free. The way home, center of all existence, help me find the way to that sacred sanctuary within myself.
This is what
The
happens.
precious center of my existence. Help me discover my place in the world, that space where I truly belong. That space which belongs unconditionally to me. Dear God, I've wandered for so very long. Help me find my way home. Healing my life, dear God, what a mess I've made of my life. A hopeless mess. How will I ever right all that I've wronged, restore all that I've
So
ruined,
if you just took
fix
the
all that
position,
I've destroyed? Only you can help me, dear God. If you don't help me, what hope is there? Help me and heal my life. Reaching for wholeness, compassionate God, healer of my body, healer of my soul, heal me, strengthen my ailing body, soothe my aching heart, mend my shattered existence, make me whole. Rejuvenation, master of the world, you know the bitterness of my anguished heart, of my painful wounds, of my afflicted soul. It is more than I can bear, I beg you. Soften and sweeten the bitterness. Give me strength and courage, for my remedy too must certainly be bitter. My rejuvenation will not come easily. Healer of all, heal me. Measure of eternity, eternal God, grant me a measure of eternity. Lend me some permanence to this temporal life of mine. Grant health, happiness, and long life to my children and to their children, and as long as they live. Some part of myself will survive, something of me will live on in this world. Give me life, dear God, and life to those who come after me. Children, loving God, what is more precious than our children? Is there any treasure that can be more beloved, more pure than those cherished souls we have brought into the world? Help me guide them well, dear God, and help them accept my guidance. Help them lead their life with faith, wisdom, and truth. Letting go, dear God, help me go old with dignity and wisdom. As the twilight years cast their shadow upon me.
To admitting that the
Let my
country
mind remain clear at peace with the world and with itself. Let me learn to let go of my bonds and with this world. Of my need for honor and status, of my attraction to physical indulgences, of my envy of others, of my regrets over all that might have been. Ageless aging, teach me, God, to live out my days focused on all that is meaningful in life, and its unaccountable aches and pains multiply. As memory and retention fade, teach me to relate to my physical existence with relate to my soul with an ever-expanding awareness of her eternal nature and ageless worth. Searching God, my soul thirsts for you. O God, will I ever deserve to feel you beside me? There are so many obstacles that keep me from being what I want to be, a good person, a God-conscious person, but only I myself can change this. Help me, make me ever to come closer to you. Help me long and yearn and strive for your nearness. True to self, my God, teach me to be true to myself, and let me be swayed by the approval or the disapproval of others. Let me learn to depend on no one but you, and to look nowhere but within to come to know my true self, that person I really am. In tune with God, oh dear God, be with me and help me strive to come close, to be fully committed to you. That every part of me, physical, emotional, and spiritual, join in focused determination to fulfill your will. May my thoughts, my emotions, my words, and all my actions be wholly in tune with you. And thanks, oh God, I can never thank you enough for leading me toward the path to wholeness in life. You've shown me how to make my desires akin to your will, the way to rectification and renewal, to deep solace and healing.
show you that you lack just what is most important and necessary to happiness, and hitherto your attention has been bestowed on everything rather than hitherto your
Eternal companion, help us pour out our hearts to you honestly and sincerely. With these prayers as our guide, help us feel close to you, dear God. Life makes warriors of us all. To emerge the victors, we must arm ourselves with the most potent of weapons. That weapon is prayer. Actions have no place too far for us. Tell me this? Is there some secluded spot in the vicinity where I can go to pray? But Nachman asked. He had just arrived in Breslov, the town whose name the Breslov movement has borne ever since. I know the place that would be most suitable, the Hasik replied, but it's quite far from here. Father, Rebbe explained, what do you mean by far? Far from the mind or from the heart? But Nachman later taught, when your heart yearns, distance is no obstacle. And praise my God, I work and I strive, never knowing if I will succeed. You and only you can give hope to my dreams. With your help I have spared wasted efforts. With your blessing all hardship I endure can bear fruit. You and only you are the key to success in all that I do. Courage to grow, Almighty God, source of all the energy of life. Without you I am helpless. Give me the courage, the physical drive, the emotional energy, and the spiritual will to risk in order to grow, to welcome every challenge as my life unfolds. Full life. O life of the world, grant me a full life, a life which may be considered long because it has been filled with right living, and considered rich because it has been filled with holy acts. Making ends meet, source of all sustenance, sustain me nowadays, and even living simply, working only to acquire life's most basic necessities demand so much. The black help me see my way out of this monstrous tangle of debts, the inevitable outlay for my children's needs, those overwhelming expenses and bills, those inescapable medical expenditures, but most of all, dear God, help me keep my account with you in the black. Body and soul, only one grant me the strength to cast off the spiritual sluggishness, difference which encumbered my body, let my body take along with my soul, so I am closer to you. Teaching by being, dear God, those ideals I so taught my children to learn from me. Let me communicate with my children wisely in ways that will draw their hearts to kindness, to decency, and to true wisdom. Dear God, let me pass on to my children only the good. Let them find in me the values and the behavior I hope to see in them. Wholeness and well-being, God of wholeness, God of healing. Envelop us with wholeness and well-being. Heal us in body and soul. Let all the elements of our bodies work together in perfect symmetry and in peaceful harmony. Remove every trace of illness, every hint of infirmity. Send the healing which you alone can bring. Sincerity, O you who are infinitely deep, yet also profoundly simple. Help me walk this simple path. Free me from any facade of sophistication, which will only hinder my endless quest to come closer to you. Help me live my life with faith, with sincerity, and with perfect simplicity. Giving, my God, help me become a giver. Help me give, go on giving. You've called on us to be charitable. Show me how. Show me how to give with a pure heart, with an open heart.
Yeah, it's true. I'm going to be a congressman. Hashem told me in a dream.
Who told you in a dream?
Hashem Rabbeinu Shalom.
What?
It's a joke.
Shalom.
So I just did Rabbeinu Shalom.
Oh my God, I love when you say that.
Say it 1,000 times.
Yeah. How are you, Edmund?
Oh, I'm good. I need to go for a power walk. It's getting late. I haven't exercised yet.
Oh, you do exercise?
I gotta get my cardio in.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 42, darling.
Yeah, he's 43. He's 43.
I'm 42.
I saw your thing on your you're gonna be 43.
Listen, I don't know if you know subtraction. I mean, I know you know how to make terrorists and elevator shafts, but you may be off one digit in terms of the subtraction.
You definitely turning 47.
That's right, but that means I'm 42. How much more time do you want to waste on these numbers?
The heartfelt joy that may lead me to those who are truly deserving.
Oh, Dr. Australia updated your photo, Princessia, from the elevator shaft. It was so funny. Somebody put your photo into an AI generator from the elevator shaft with your, cut off sweatshirt top, like a bag lady, and your photo is so funny. You wait till you see Dr. Australia's photo. It's awesome.
It's so holy an act that we find the truly needy and find me. True nourishment, dear God, teach me to eat right, to eat for the right reasons. Keep me from eating the wrong foods and from eating more than I should. Let all that I eat nourish me, never weaken or harm me. The food I eat just create a perfect...
Don't use my bald head on a baby. It'll look just like a baby.
It's such a cute baby. You have to have the baby now because that's a beautiful baby. I'm telling you.
You gotta see the baby.
It's so bad.
You gotta say hi to the baby.
What did you say, Nora?
South Dr. Australia's photo. It doesn't even look anything like me.
That's my. We're talking about the baby.
The
With
baby.
I'm talking about the one that.
Gotta say hello to the baby. So what? All these Europeans want to get out of Europe now and move to America?
I'm moving to America.
Well, how are you going to move here without a work visa?
That's the thing. I'm gonna actually get a work visa. You can't just have that baby in the picture and get to work and have that baby.
Yeah, Danny pulled off a miracle. She had a baby. She didn't have to work anymore. She's retired. That's what you get when you get a baby.
It's questionable. I'm gonna have to have a baby with someone else now. I would love to be a stay-home person, to be honest, with my kids and raise them. Why not?
Everybody wants a baby and everybody wants to retire.
I would have come up here. You look sexy on the PTR. Yeah, it's a hot picture. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That's so good.
I'm amazed that you still have your hair. Most of the men go bald.
I look like a goddamn crackhead to me. Well, I'm not Arab. I keep my hair a little bit longer.
What is that supposed to be, bitch?
Hey, Princess, tell Rabbi he a bitch.
Who?
Right.
You cursed, you blasphemed, Johnny.
I don't care. Fuck Jesus.
No, don't do that.
Give a fuck about no religion.
Okay, listen. I'm a very
It's a waste of time.
Fuck Jesus. Fuck fucking Muhammad. Shit. Fuck them all.
Okay, but you know what? We're gonna do it like that. Can you please not? Because we have people who are actually religious or I don't know, believing in God here.
All three religions here, so just leave them alone.
Okay. Should we bring him up?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to see my baby with Saeed?
Yep. Show me.
Why did you sound like an Arab?
Show
It's
me.
crazy. Yalla. Wait.
Habibi.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Would you look at the baby? Just look at him. Look at the baby.
Do you see how cute it is?
Baby would be cute.
What's up?
Free Palestine.
I'm telling you guys, this is, oh gosh, why are always the fucking good looking men faggots?
I was gonna say the problem is he likes getting dicked down more than you.
That's the thing.
I have a question for the girl. So, if he was gay in the past, but somehow, some way he's straight now, would you look past that, or do you think, yeah, he's so dick?
Ooh.
To be honest,
If you think the girl's more of a homo.
Because if you see how girls act around gay guys, you would think that they really want to fuck a gay guy.
She's still thinking about the money. She immediately started thinking, well, is he a millionaire?
it's not that we want to fuck the gay guys, it's that we kind of feel safe with them somehow.
You know some of these guys think are gay or just because I'm passionate.
What do you mean?
Should I explain this?
No, sorry, I'm not even here. What did you say?
It's performative. They're being performative. They're not actually gay.
They're not really gay.
Because there's no such thing as gay. Duh.
No,
It's a
I
word.
can't say that I haven't done that. Like, I'm not gay, but I've acted like I've talked to
No, I know when a person is gay and not gay. You can tell.
She's got gaydar.
I gave my way to some space, so.
She's got gaydar.
Friends, so I know.
So Gally, what kind of consulting do you do, Gally?
What kind of consulting I do?
Yeah, like,
Gallery with them?
what's your work visa gonna be for?
What?
She consults us to whether or not men are actually gay.
She's a gay consultant.
Actually, I'm a cuchiologist, to be specific. Just spread your legs.
You don't want to spread them.
Oh, you said coochiologist. I thought you said Gucciologist.
Oh my god, come on.
Gally, bisa feet.
Huh?
Bisa feet.
Nada?
Totoo.
Oh, okay. Chef, comedian.
Afwan Habibti?
Oh my god. Who taught you Arabic?
And about a shway Arabi.
Eh?
Nam nam.
What the actual heck?
عشان يهودي
Hey wallah. Hey wallah. Wallalu, 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 wallalu.
Oh my god. You're so funny. Rumor, come up here. It's a safe space.
How's your dog doing? Post a photo of your dog, Gally.
What did you say?
Post a photo of your dog.
Why?
I don't know. I want to see the dog that you take on a walk all the time.
Oh. You want to see my dog?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. I'll show you my dog. He's such a cutie pie.
Jojo Siwa not like a lesbian anymore?
So Jason is here. He just got back from a small arms combat training force cycle in Israel. He's extremely proficient with the M16A4 carbine. Jason, have you genocided any new ethnicities recently? I'm not a genocider. I've never been a genocider. I come on Clown House and talk all the time. It's your local favorite friend, Jason.
That's my dog.
Oh, I was just kidding about seeing your dog. I thought you were gonna post your Michelin boyfriend that you fell in love with.
Oh my god, what is that supposed to fucking mean? You bitch.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Han är jättejobbig, I know.
Gotcha.
Vad ska jag
Busted.
göra?
Busted.
I'm gonna end this room, guys. I'm bored. Goodbye.
Bye.
National service options, civic or military service, fosters cross-class mixing and civic glue without forced conscription, harden the Constitution's guardrails, tame the administrative state, balance of power diplomacy in Eurasia, allied invasion comments, strengthen the assimilation ladder, promote frontier ethos.
Promote frontier ethos. That's what space is going to help America in the long run.
It says societies that believe they have unexplored frontiers, space, ocean, digital, stay optimistic and risk tolerant. Vital traits for multi-cell trade vitality.
Oh, I thought they just meant like promote the ethos of the Wild West, like like gamble, get drunk, shoot people.
Howdy, y'all, brother. You want to come down here, Shannon?
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. He'll chime in.
There should also be a very stringent accreditation for companies that are what's the word I'm looking for, who are suggesting that they're media companies, right? So you should have a very, very, very tough regulatory body that is on top of all media companies to be as truthful as possible, administrative truth. And you should also have there's a high accreditation society, right, that can kind of accreditate the way we accreditate lawyers and doctors, media personalities should be accredited that way as well.
So you're not saying that you couldn't have alternative media be dispersed, or just that it wouldn't be labeled? It would be hey, this isn't accredited, so just
bring out all the alternative media you want. You can have all the alternative doctors you want, right? Just as long as they don't do anything that could be seen as malpractice, right? Or else we're coming after them. And just as long as you have a standards society that is in control of the accreditation process.
Would the accreditation require that there be minimal sort of opinionated commentaries? It's just straightforward reportage?
No, of course not. Right? The only thing,
I guess I don't know what criteria you would utilize then, because it seems you can't really science and stuff is far more objective, but when it comes to just political commentary, that's unless they're just saying things are just factually incorrect, it's just their philosophy or something behind a particular view. It seems difficult to really regulate that as truthful or not.
Yeah, but the media landscape in America right now, right? It's not. It used to be that something like Fox News, the parts of Fox News that were News Corp, they were actually the news parts of Fox News were somewhat responsible, right? And then the opinion part was the part that went off in crazy land. But those two segments of Fox News have basically morphed at this point, where their news people are just old opinion people from I don't know 10 years ago or whatever.
I'm not sure how much that would fix though, because I feel you're going to just get the Tucker Carlson's. You're going to a loophole to say, I'm just asking questions. I'm not stating this as fact. It's not defamation technically, but I'm just saying, in my opinion, X, Y, and Z, and people are going to take that as fact even if it's not, right? Because they just trust it. They're just asking questions.
Yeah, they're just that's just silly, Caleb. Just there have been plenty of examples where Fox News has just made up facts, right? And they've basically what they do, right, is they have Fox and Friends in the morning where they'll ask it as a question kind of thing in Fox and Friends, right? And then they'll when they get to the harder news elements in the midday, right, they'll just well, this is an interesting thing to look into. Who knows? Maybe it could be like this, right? And then you get to the opinion people and they'll just state it outright as this alternative fact is in fact, right? But what I'm thinking more of is the things that Fox News was recently sued for. The case that they were sued for. Yeah, the internet defamation thing, and then there was another one where I forget what the result of the court case was, but they were
the Dominion one.
Yeah, there's the Dominion, right? And then there's they just paid out a huge settlement with Dominion. And then there was I think it was a specific person that they lied about someone who was at January 6th. They said someone was a cop or something, and he wasn't. I forget exactly what the case was, right? But those types of instances, right, should be get not just a fine, right, or not even a fine, right? It wasn't there was any government agency that actually slapped Fox wrists on the hands for doing that type of insane reporting, right? What happened was that the people who got libeled, right? They were studious enough, or they were smart enough to sue Fox News for libel.
Are you concerned that people like Trump or with ABC, for example, are going to exploit that and try to strip accreditations or change the FCC laws to intentionally get rid of news organizations that they don't like, or at least overwhelm them with lawsuits to where they sort of just give up?
I would have been afraid of that, but that's happening now anyway.
Right. That's
right.
Exactly.
So I just don't care. So basically like the Trump administration has allowed sites like Newsmax into the press pool. You know what I mean? Like the press pool
my concern. I
like
think you would just
it used to be for like Reuters and like the AP Wire. You know what I mean? And now it's like Newsmax has like a permanent place in there. So like they're already like doing everything they can to kind of like delegitimize like legacy media, the kind of like factual reporting, and like legitimize the kind of like sensationalist reporting that's like new media or whatever. So they're all doing everything they can to do that. So I'm not too worried about
like your system would exacerbate that even more.
It may, like the truth is like there's always a worry when it comes to like who watched the watcher type situations, right? Like the Supreme Court in America has way too much power by my lights right now, right? And it's like the reason that they're able to be so like detrimental to like America as like a project, like the American project, quote unquote, is that like they are they're like the power of the agency, right? Or like not the agency, the power of the like what's the word I'm looking for? Okay, so the power of the Supreme Court, right, is like, is the type of thing that, like, in a responsible democracy can't really be curtailed meaningfully, right? But if you get, like, people in place that, like, have no scruples, have, like, no my brain, they have no, like, allegiances to, like, things like stare decisis or stuff like that, right? Then there's nothing, like, they can just misapply, like, the huge amount of power that they have and, like, be, like, horrendously detrimental, right? And a good Supreme Court can, like, apply the power that they have correctly and be, like, tremendously, like, helpful. So, like, I don't think there's any solution to, like, the watcher problems. You just have to hope that you, like... Yeah, this guy. Like, you just gotta hope that you don't, like, have your, like, institutions run by, like, really unscrupulous people. It's, like, the best I can give you.
We can just hope dictators don't take power, That seems like a very wax kind of, like, well, as long as the majority of the populace doesn't think that this person's a huge danger, and that doesn't always go over very well. So, I don't know, maybe I just lack faith in, like, a huge number of the population who just aren't overly educated in a lot of these issues.
No, but like, what's like as of right now? Like, what's the like check and balance on the Supreme Court's power?
It would be the people who, in fact, that they would be nominated by the president and voted on by Congress.
The country is broke.
It's supposed to be like the Senate Judiciary Committee or whatever, right? But that's only when they're nominated, right? Once they're on the bench, we have no idea what they're going to do. And like, so like. Another great example of like this current Supreme Court's just like have to like sew out to fucking lunch, right? So they recently came down with a ruling about all executive branch agencies, right? That basically said like the president has the power to fire anyone because he's the head of the executive branch. Fire anyone for like cause, no cause, doesn't matter. You can get rid of anyone in any executive branch agency, right? For anything, like any reason, except for the Fed, right? Because if the president could just fire the Fed, right, that could be really disabling for the entire American economy, right? So the Republican Supreme Court basically wanted to okay everything that the President Trump is doing with regards to all of the other agencies when it comes to like firing people without cause, firing like mass layoffs for no apparent reason, right? They wanted to okay all of that. But they didn't want that type of like destabilization to affect the one thing they care about, which is the Fed, right? But like statutorily, right, there is no difference. There's nothing that says that like the Fed is a different type of agency, right? So if the rationale for Trump being able to fire anyone at any point in any other agency, like if that's the rationale the majority is going with, right, then that also applies to the Fed. There's no way that you can like distinguish those two things out, right? And like if you read the right, some of the liberal justices, they make this like abundantly clear, right? In the dissent, they make it abundantly clear that like these people are just keeping up with
Federal Reserve Act is where it says that.
No, the Federal Reserve Act says that the Fed is like, has like some independence, but it has the same there's some independence for like the IRS. There's some independence for other things. The Fed is a little bit of a different bugaboo, but you can just read the sentence, read the opinion, and get the actual name of the case, right? It's hilarious.
This is why, man.
Yeah.
This is why we're still friends. Okay? You redeem yourself. I'm not sure what you're saying yourself in these moments. I'm saying you redeem. No, it's in these moments when you become the expert and you be facts. People. It's I'm not saying creative thinking. I'm just saying. Here's the reason. This is the reason we don't name it the minister.
Well, I don't know about the Supreme Court case to have an opinion about it. I was just saying, as far as I know, that there was.
No, you should just go to the minister.
No, so
I'll look at the case if you want. Any American.
I just realized that he's not even American.
He's fucking
Canadian.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Timothy. So we've been doing question. Okay, what's your dictator of America? What are your top 5 things that you change? What's the top 5 things on your agenda?
I give every black person
I know it.
40 acres and a mule. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
And a Chevy. I'm trying to just throw in a Chevy. For the time it's taken. That's number 1. Number 2. You know what my number? I'm joking. To be honest, presumably I would so the first thing I would do is just intervene in pretty much all the kind of combat zones in the world where people are being needlessly slaughtered. So I'd use my military for that. That'd be number 1. Then I would try to just basically dismantle all these economic systems of oppression. So any kind of basically undo any kind of neo-colonialist projects pretty much. Try to work towards global try to bridge this gap or kind of eat away at global wealth inequality. Those would be the first 3 things, I guess. So basically just try to save as many lives as I can using my power as the fucking global hegemon to do it, basically.
What would you do how are you helping with the combat zones? Are you using the troops to end the conflict, or are you what are you
Yeah. So obviously I know there will be bloodshed that I will then ultimately be responsible for. But presumably if the intention is just, which is to say basically we're going there to kind of enforce demilitarized zones and shit like that. Hopefully there won't be as much bloodshed, and hopefully we can save innocent civilians being killed and so on and so forth, that kind of thing. I wouldn't even really be that concerned with the territorial disputes. It'd more just be, look, stop killing now. Everyone has to stop killing now. Or we'll kill you. Something like that. And then I think wealth disparity and stuff I'll be focused on. Famines in the world and shit. Fucking Sudan, fucking Yemen, fucking Myanmar. I don't know. Basically I would use the power as a platform to kind of solve the world's issues as opposed to focusing solely on America's domestic issues. Sorry, that's a bit of a gay answer. But
he'd be the king of the world at the end of his
the first thing I would do, just to be honest, something like that, but the first thing I would do, honestly, if it wasn't the first policy and it was the kind of first thing you do day 1 on the job, is try to basically recruit and talent scout the kind of best minds for the job. That would be the first thing. And assemble some kind of council that would help me put the plan into action, And then from there, those would be the focuses. That would be our objectives.
Did I hear anything about pulling back the imperialism or no?
Yeah. I said basically neo-colonialism, undo all the kind of neo-colonialist projects here.
So here's the thing.
And the thing is, I wouldn't dismantle all of the American bases around the world because I'd have to use them at first to kind of institute all of these policy changes and reforms But then eventually, yeah, there would be like a view to kind of scaling back all of.
Look, are you fucking yourself and you don't want to see a solution out of it?
As I told you, I don't give a shit about the territory. Stop killing now. Anyone that's responsible for killing and anyone that's responsible for like apartheid and enforcing these colonial shit, all of those people will obviously be punished. Like they will be, presumably they're going to fight, they're going to resist, right? So they'll be the people that essentially we are in conflict with. But if everyone was to down tools and was to sue for peace, like I'm not here to tell anyone where anyone should live. Like that's not my job. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just concerned with people living in peace and not just Anyway, you get the point.
What if when you took the job, you talked about like pulling back the imperialism? They told you like, look, bro, we're broke. We really don't have any money, and we need this imperial machine in order to keep the lights on. What do you think? What do you?
So who are you talking about? Talking about Americans?
Yeah, Americans. It was all smoke and mirrors, bro. We're broke. We're on our last dime. Nobody's lending us any money. We have to go out there and like be robber barons in order to like survive. What do you?
Well, I mean, I presume like the question that was posed to me wasn't like intended to like reveal my ignorance on like how the world works and like how to fix all the world's problems. Like obviously I don't know how to do all that. Like, that's why I said like if we're being like literal about it, okay, the first job would be like these are my goals and like let's talent scout and find the people that can put a plan of action together. Right? They would be the people that would answer your question.
Wait,
I mean, I'm
saying
what do you want to do?
Saying if they told you we need the imperial apparatus, would you just let it? Because the thing is, you could claw it back and what comes, what may come just happens.
I don't think that's how it works. I think like the idea is supposed to be there are nations that are being oppressed that themselves lack the infrastructure to be like economic powerhouses. But we all have the belief being triggered that if we remove the boot from their neck, then like they will have the opportunity to kind of for economic growth. Okay, as an American, you have all of the infrastructure, so it seems ludicrous to believe that it's even to flourish, and like basically your success is inextricably linked to their subjugation. They don't even have you actually have like all the things they would need to build. Like let's say like they're sitting on all of these like natural resources and all this bullshit. It's like, okay, they would still need to take these things to market, or they would still need to like, I don't know, they'd still need the tools and all like, even if let's say like, I don't know, like, like if they wanted to develop the infrastructure and all that kind of stuff, they have like none of the machinery, right? They're gonna get that. Like we in the West have everything to build anything. We want to frack, we want to do anything. We have all of the tools to do it. They don't have the tools to refine their resources, to mine their resources. They need the West for everything. We have all of that kind of stuff. So it just seems strange to me to think that if the second we take the boot off everybody's neck, like instantly we all starve and all our crops turn to dust. And it's like I don't think that's how it would work. But in the case that that is how it would work, that we need some really strong economic plan to put in. We need to put in place something. Yeah, that would be my first port of call. It's like, okay, find the kind of people that would be able to strategize in that way, so that we don't end up in that situation where releasing all of these other nations would result in the West absolutely plummet, our economy plummeting or something. Like obviously, I would try to guard against that.
Timothy, what I think happened is you took a somewhat trollish question and really did a serious deep dive. But that's fine, that's good. But it's like I think you took it way more serious than anybody else would have expected. But
so what are your top five priorities for when you're dictator?
No, you chop back to follow, Punker. You gotta follow me now.
No. He's talking to you.
I see you, Punker.
He asked me already.
Top five dictator.
You're the dictator now.
Top five.
You can make Christianity the national religion concrete.
Yeah, done. Easy. Done.
You won.
What else? It's either the white or the Jews. Whites or the Jews. Who's on the top priorities? Easier target. I'll do something about
Sounds like vindicated fully now.
You can make Matt Adams vice president.
Well, if you go
for the whites, aren't you going to kind of get a lot of Jews along the way? It's never two first.
Yeah, it's like, but I still want to like make it be known that I target.
Well, we talking about lion kind of Jews or Sam kind of Jews?
Oh yeah, you're right. Good question. It would definitely be the same type of Jew.
So what are you targeting?
I'm just joking.
What are you targeting them for? What are you doing?
I'm just joking.
All right. So before you enact Christianity, what are your other 4 prior?
Free healthcare, free education. What else? Free
Concrete for Dixon.
I'm surprised you would say that concrete. I think all conservative.
All technology cures information the government has been shielding from society for like profiteering. That all gets released. How many more do I have? One more? I don't know. Whatever. Martin Luther
Some about bitches. Some about
Every day is Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King.
No more slave movies. There you go.
All the slave movies have white people as slaves, you know. So like,
I thought it was like Book Marshall Piper.
Oh my god.
But like have
I like the idea of
her on like treason charges.
You know, like when Hannibal Lecter is, rolled around with the mask on, Yeah, like apes.
Okay, that would be Piper, so she can't debate anyone ever again.
No, I just thought about, how Trump is going after, government waste and immigrants. You think he'll ever go after the legal system, the healthcare system, big pharma? You think he'll ever touch them?
He could never really drain the swamp.
I think most of them are his billionaire friends. I don't know if he'd really want to get involved.
Close to home, yeah.
I think it'd be my first action. I would establish. I think it'd be great to establish an agency and put Andrew R in charge of it to look into ways that we can implement Old Testament law nationally. I think that would be really helpful. How are we going to codify stoning disobedient children? That kind of thing.
I think Andrew is it's so weird how Andrew's I think Andrew's a very good dude or whatever. I don't think he'd have any I don't think he'd ever want to do wrong. He just appeases too many people. So it's basically Andrew would just be a reflection of his chief advisor. So whoever manages to get his ear first. It's what's the fucking guy in
I think I could persuade
Theoden.
Trump.
No, but I'm saying Theoden, the fucking Saruman spy who's in the ear of Theoden. So it would basically be that kind of relationship. Yeah, exactly. Whoever's Andrew's chief aide, that's just going to be the guy that manipulates whatever decisions he makes.
It'll be Matt Adams then. That'll be my second act is to make it Matt Adams his chief aide.
Right. Adams, this is super ironic about a lot of these people. It's Adams is probably a racist. He's obviously most certainly a bigot. Just I think because he's this cartoonish character, people aren't too overly critical of him. Maybe the clubhouse atheists are, and that's why it's kind of indistinct. It's kind of the ire they have towards him is indistinguishable from the actual good Christians, the decent Christians. So you don't know, it doesn't pick Matt out as a particularly bad person. He probably is a racist bigot piece of shit. In all honesty, actually.
Matt.
Yeah.
Look, I'll tell you this. I think I've sufficiently trolled him enough such that it would have been. At least, that's,
I think that's evidence of him being more sinister. The fact that he plays so stupid.
Nah, if you told me Johnny Hoss, I'd be yeah, easy peasy. But Matt Adams seems to be a little bit more.
So, but neither has he had. He's never called a trans person you know what I mean? He's never held a slur at them either.
Who, Johnny Hoss? Matt Adams?
No, not Adams, but we know what his views are. He's never got so angry at Sasha. He's gone, "You piece of shit." He's never done that.
Yeah, but he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He thinks that it's wrong. I don't think he's He's not venomous. I think
No, but
Johnny Ross.
concrete. It's just like I think the whole American thing is like proper weird. Where it's like Americans think you can do this. I'm not a racist. I just voted for David Duke to be my local mayor. I'm not like a racist person. He just had good Christian values. Like his policy is like based on good Christian values. It's like, nah, bro, you're racist, and you're a racist in the way that I care about because you voted David Duke into power, right? I'd rather you call me an N-word than vote for the guy that might literally like reinstitute, or legalize fucking cross burning on people's shores. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather you vote me an N-word than vote for that guy. And America thinks you can get away with that.
Yeah, but the thing is, unfortunately, the black guys would vote for David Duke as well. Proud.
So, I think those guys are racist. I think those guys are racist.
But against their own people? No, they're going to just say that there's a cultural behavior that needs to be changed. They're not going to say it's because
you don't think a black person can be racist towards black people?
Not in the way that you're, maybe in the way you're defining it, but the way I'm doing the I guess original definition, which is you think that somebody is inferior because of their genetics, whereas I think racist. I think it's just less likely. It's just going to be like a very rare. I mean, that means he's saying that about himself.
Yeah,
and then
it's funny. Do you know that guy on people lead?
No.
He's like this black guy who's like converted to Judaism. Like he did some crazy retard. He did some crazy retard that came to the room the other day. I was like trying to do this whole like we were talking about like geopolitics and stuff and why how some countries have been economically underdeveloped and shit. And he just basically come in like N-words ain't shit was pretty much the essential thesis like. N-words ain't shit.
But that's not a genetic. You think that's a genetic critique or a like?
That's what he was getting. That's what he was going, right? Like he just wanted to say, look, black people are like he wanted to appeal to IQ and say, black people are just like innately inferior relative to their non-black counterparts and blah 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 blah. It's like, look, but I treat him, and you can ask Sam, I treat him the exact same way I treat any of these people peddling saying what I believe to be nonsense. Challenge me if you like. But it's like, yeah, you think black people are inferior. And the reason it was relevant, it was because I called him on it by saying, like, so we shouldn't listen to you then. Like, yeah, okay, I'm going to buy into all this shit, monkey. Like, I don't want to hear, I don't want to hear what you have to say. Fucking, what I'm saying? Like, I'll wait till basically, like, one of your white supervisors tells me. You find me one of your white minders who agrees, and I'll take him seriously because it's like a self-undermining theory. Like, obviously, I'm being silly, like, no, he obviously believes he's a genius. He's a genius amongst all these inferior blacks, right? That's why he's confident enough to say these things. He thinks he's special. But, like, yeah, I still take him to be a racist against black people.
Got it.
I
hear you.
I'm okay, you're black,
No, I hear you. I definitely would agree that there's some, like, self-loathing blacks who think less of themselves genetically. But I just take it that the typical black conservative Republican who would vote for David Duke would just be saying that I don't like the black state of affairs and this is what we need to change it.
I mean, it's like I think you're a reasonable American, or whatever. If you say I have issues or reservations about sponsoring the BLM movement, and by that I mean donating money to these like lesbian leaders. Not 100% sure that everything there is kosher. But I have absolutely no problem with the sentiment, so much so that you'll never hear me utter like the White Lives Matter or All Lives Matter. Right? Like as if you're interested in my support for the actual movement, now like I'm happy to go into why I'm reticent to like give hand money over. But in terms of the sentiment, because I don't disagree with it, I don't need to participate in the discourse, like the kind of broader discourse. Okay, I think it's a solid inference to say if your knee-jerk reaction to Black Lives Matter is either All Lives Matter or White Lives Matter as just a point of discourse, like we're not even talking about funding movements or defunding police or anything like that. Like I think it's a good solid influence if you're a racist. I think it's usually the same with like people who are just like, I just vote. I've never called anyone the N-word, but I'm voting for Trump till I die. There's nothing Trump can say. Don't make me no vote for things like it's fucking difference. If you're the kind of racist I actually do care about. So like I can just be like Trump this and take it. I basically agree with almost every bigoted stance that someone holds, you know, tacitly or like not being non-condemnatory of them. It's like, yeah, that's all I mean. I don't need you to call me N-word for school.
Look, I hear you, and I have to admit, I like Matt, so maybe I'm biased and I don't see, the case to be made for being a racist. But I do understand what you're saying. I'm not here at all. It's just, I think the best of Matt. Monica.
Hey, Monica. You there?
Oh no, she's here.
Oh no, it's Omar. Yeah. Monica, the rest.
That's so sad. You know how we're conquered. I've been on such a sick run here in this fucking little fucking place. I've been loving my life, bro.
Yo, Kitty, you there?
Oh my god, what is this? What the fuck is this?
Hey, I'm sorry, I'm trying to change my PTR to Daniel Nero's face, Daniel.
Sam, why are you putting urine in Timothy's cereal?
I told her so.
Concrete? Or is this, I don't know who concrete's on. I love concrete.
No. I'm talking, Kitty, we're good. I'm talking about Sam and Timothy.
Why are you putting blue meth chips in my cereal?
Worse.
White phosphorus.
You would have rather.
Yeah, so Kitty, what if you're a dictator, what would be your top 5 priorities? And you're not allowed to hem it all. They gotta know. Yeah, just bust them out.
Okay. Ooh. All right. I keep thinking I would have thought this one through, but I'm not in deep. Okay. Let me think. I don't know. Wait a minute.
You're having it on.
No. Okay. You know how in North Korea, like in their prison flash mob, that for me on my birthday, every birthday.
So on your birthday, you get flat.
Yeah.
I should reinstitute Chevron deference.
Oh, that sounds really evil. All of that sounds evil. Let me think on it.
Your daddy.
When you legalize meth, that's like
What would you do with your daddy?
Okay. All right. Now, Daniel Nero would be in charge of everything so that I don't have to think or do anything. Except for if he was going to give Timothy a pass out of jail. Timothy doesn't get to get out of jail, Daniel. You can leave him in jail.
I'm black. That's fucked up.
And everybody else in jail has to wear a shirt that says, we don't like Timothy, not because he's black, and then on the back of it says, just for everything else. That'll be like the prison uniform.
Make that shit.
Okay, I got it.
Are we here? Let us all hear.
I'm here.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Say it. Speak it to the mic.
Yeah, but with Daniel being in charge, I'm pretty sure everything else. But I have to.
No, let us hear it. Are you really in love with Daniel?
No, but please let me pee out.
Kitty McClaw, leave your mic open, please. You know.
Jesus Christ.
I'm honestly begging.
Begging you.
Daniel has no shame in his. Let us hear one droplet.
It just finished. I can't. You could.
Oh my God.
Oh, she had to finish. Y'all take this. No, she's taking a dump. This is bullshit. I know.
Cherish that. We are done. See? No dumping.
Yeah, that, honey. Right on.
Yeah, you like even like a normal woman that's like embarrassed by those things. I feel like when you get consumed, I feel like when you get consumed by drugs, you kind of like lose all the like pretense and shit. You just don't give a shit anymore.
He couldn't take the crap out of this guy. He hates me, he hates white people, and he hates Christians.
We have black on black solidarity.
Let's go, my brother.
Well, I got black solidarity. That's gotta count for something. Jesus.
Like, you go white. Yo, you go white on hard white solidarity. Solid white solidarity.
Shit.
Good point.
Oh my god, man. Now we see what Monica looks like. We know she's not crack. She's
Oh.
whatever.
What does Monica look like? Is Monica?
A lot. She looks like a lot.
Woman, I thought you were gay.
Daniel's using my LinkedIn picture. I took that picture while on the phone with Daniel. What was that? Like a week ago?
It was all good just a week ago.
You're looking cute in this picture. Oh my goodness, the daddy disobedient kid. Oh my goodness. You're fucking adorable. Oh my goodness.
Daniel, why didn't you like?
No, I really need a cup.
Why didn't you get Dr. Philly and just like help sort out her life?
I invited her here. She's got a life down there that's. I don't think she's ready to part company with.
She's looking around.
The truth of the matter, I said, and it was a whole big thing with all the other atheists in Ask a Christian that day, that he was talking about, oh, I'm going to marry you, blah, 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 blah. I said, Daniel, and it ended really bad because I was really angry. I was like, I will never marry you. But I said, you're going to be a Christian. I want you to be a Christian before I marry you. And he said something like funny, really cryptic, evil. I don't even remember at the point. Everybody laughed. And then, but basically, then he wasn't going to do it. And I said, I will marry you. And then since then, it's been better. But you can do that, Daniel. And I'm not just going to shack up with you. PA, it's not happening.
Oh, yeah, I don't think all across from today, they've been having Walk with Israel rallies.
Why? Because of the DC shoot.
No. Maybe, yeah. I'm not sure why they're doing it, actually. But they're everywhere.
Yeah, so I ain't gonna lie, I saw some fucking vicious posts there. Someone posted, now as a Jew, like, I don't feel safe to go, like, I could be the victim of an attack, yada, 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 some shit like that. And then, like, someone posted a picture of, like, posted a picture, like, a clip of, like, Gaza, like, you know, the legit, like, raised to the ground, like, right under their post, like, it was savage.
Timothy, until I get to beat the crap out of you, you're safe. I'm going to protect you with everything in me. Got it?
Got it.
I don't know why you're my enemy. I'm just pointing out that you have at least at one point used focus and also narcotics. I mean, that's just
You
a
have
fact.
went out of, yes, and you have too.
That's a lie. I can literally give you a Piper. See, rude to Piper. Why can't I give it to you?
Oh, Piper's been rude to me and rude to a lot of people.
I can't even rude. If you're rude to my friends, I'm just pointing out you're a crackhead. I mean, that's the fact.
And you don't realize that me and Piper have been friends, have been friends on this app far longer than I even knew you. So, what about that?
Yeah, but you don't know because I've had you blocked for ages.
I got you blocked, actually. But
That's a lie. Why do people
I
do
still
this?
do
Don't
have
want
you
shit
blocked.
with me.
No, because you started in on me for no reason. You thought that it would be like, it was actually a political room. It wasn't even a theology room. And you were wrong on every key factor. Like, and I just bopped the floor with your ass. You got pissed off, got super misogynistic, and then you blocked me.
Why do you say
That's
like,
the truth.
it's just a crack mirage. Like, obviously, none of that shit happened. You're just like a really annoying person. I blocked you silently.
Andre is amazing. He's not. Oh, there's Daniel. I don't know. Wait, who put Daniel and Sam? Did you put him in the list?
No, actually. What the fuck? No, why would I do that?
Okay, I don't know.
Because you're intimidated by his fucking pure sexiness, bro.
Well, kind of, but he's the reason why I'm kind of nice to you. Otherwise,
Look, can I give it Christy, can I be 100%
no,
honest?
but 2 means
No, I'm gonna be cool for 1 second. I'm gonna be cool for 1 second. Much better now than you were when I first got on that first you're insufferable. Like, you're like,
I'm sorry, but you're not. You're still me.
Yeah, I
I
said it was a
appreciate
happy
whatever kind of compliment you're. Oh God, we talk at the same time. I'm sorry, it's Tom here.
better now. I think you're much better now. Like, to be fair, like, you don't. It's not like Sam. That's why Sam's probably the fan of you because he hasn't experienced all of this stuff.
No, I literally had longer talks with Sam about all kinds of things, including the last period. I think that would be
That's interesting. Sully's opinion on Chevron.
You know what? I could see.
Like, coming in with Sully.
I'd like to
Bring it
know.
back.
Wait. 1 second. Sam, I'm blocking you now.
Apologize. Okay, I will unblock you. But listen to me, and if you bash me one more time every time I come on stage, and I'm telling you, I'm gonna immediately go for that. I don't care what Daniel says. You're gonna stop being rude to me and my friends. You stop bringing up things that do your thing. And I want you to apologize.
Beautiful.
Hey, Andrew.
I'm sorry for putting you. I'm sorry, I got to be very excited.
And I'm gonna need to.
Yeah, you can reset over my balls.
We're up the mod, so yeah, fuck you. When it comes, okay, we're talking about 5 things that if you were dictator of America would be your top 5 priorities. I already said mine was build more nuclear power plants, make factory farming more humane, change zoning laws so that we have more housing where people want to live, have like an international AI sort of Manhattan project to make AI safe and sort of like the world coordination on that, and then
You got that from me.
And then invest like $100 billion or something like that in longevity research. That's my top 5.
That was easy. Yeah. My first order of business is to relinquish my dictatorship and reinstitute the U.S. Constitution.
Democracy.
Hey, you people are all fucking evil. Like, literally, like, Sam's first thought is for non-human animals. Like, Sully's first thought is like, you fucking, 2-century-old paper is the most important thing ever. Think about how it is. Oh my god, democracy. What about starving children, dying children around the world? So we're not thinking about that.
If you haven't read that paper, you're just besmirching.
Oh, let's get the paper power.
You just said the paper's bad, doesn't even read.
Sounds like, piglets, think about the little chickens in the coop, think about the fucking animals, bro. Maybe you're fucking,
You wouldn't even understand, Mike.
We care about something different.
Let me just say really quick. Let me just read to you, according to the U.S. Constitution, what the purpose of the government is. Okay, so this is what's called the preamble to the U.S. Constitution. Okay, it says, "We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of." And that is the proper role of government.
What about the world, son? You don't care about all the kids in the world. I'm not American.
If this was upheld, then we could help them.
Oh wow, that's like the coolest thing you've ever said, and I agree.
Hey, Katie, I'm blocking you, I guess.
You're not American.
Now I'm going to do the Schoolhouse Rock version, which is the song version of the preamble.
Don't say the end. Don't say the end of it, Sonny.
We the people
Why do you know this, man? Leave the country alone.
You don't know. It's a long, long time.
Oh, guys, ease up. So, Sully,
No, what about Sully?
trying to serenade us. Sully's trying to serenade us. So we're shut up and serenade us with the.
It's just a song version of the preamble. It goes, "We the people, in order to form a perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, to ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." There you go.
abortions legal on the first day in every state, but they have to be carried out by the father.
Okay, he's gonna pull the lip.
It's gonna be these fucking men running out of their like fucking houses and like bloody car hangers. What have I done? What have I done?
Now I'm gonna sing Wally, 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 get your adverbs here.
Oh, and then can you do the multiples? Can you do the multiple ones? Oh. That's America. In order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, and ensure domestic tranquility. Help me the next word. So like
Provide.
See, if I learned to sing it from Schoolhouse Rock, then I wouldn't have a problem right now. That one I didn't.
Alright.
Provide for the general welfare.
Till common defense comes before you. If everybody forgets about general welfare, man, that's like the whole. That's why I love that part of the Constitution. Because everybody, look, growing up, I want to say something, Sam. Growing up, everybody said that, like, providing for the general welfare was socialism. That's what I grew up with. Was all these people saying X, Y, Z is socialism. Like, if the tax dollars pay for it, it's socialism. And the point is, like, it's kind of wrong. Like, obviously, that's not what socialism means, But, like, if you're gonna call it socialism, then fine. I love socialism. Like, the idea is, like, okay, the government should, insofar as we're paying taxes, the taxes should, like, help everybody.
Yeah, but we still don't even have universal or some kind of basic health insurance that's reliable, and that's
No, I'm 100% in favor of universal health care. Single payer.
I know the question sort of specified, so like just like I'm half trolling. Like I know the question kind of specified like, oh, you're the leader of America. But like in that, you're kind of uniquely positioned as this like kind of like global like hegemon or authority or something to like basically help the entire world. Like you are the leader of the free world essentially, right? It's like it just seems to me that like okay,
Not a tier ticket.
that's
why.
That's why
You're not the leader of the free world if you're a dictator.
No, we are. That's the vision you have. Like, as in, you can put in place.
No, you're a dictator.
Oh, well. This is what I'm fucking saying. You can help the whole world from this position of dictatorship.
Helping the whole world. I didn't say anything about you can't help the whole world. I said you're not the leader of the free world.
Okay, so
you're a dictator.
That's just kind of like a moniker, like in the same way fucking.
No, it's not. I understand, but like I'm making the actual point there.
Yeah.
The reason my first order of business is to like
for my flash bomb on my birthday, and then everybody's in Hennessy has to stay in prison, okay?
Yeah.
Only Hennessy, he has to stay in prison. And then number two, Daniel would be the dictator. I relinquish all my powers to him, and he had to keep Hennessy in prison. It'd be great.
You grab the shirt. If you grab the shirt,
Hold
everyone
on.
in prison has to have a shirt that says we hate Timothy, but not because he's black, but because we hate all the other things about him.
Yes.
You know what? Is this how long?
I'll trim it up.
It's because he's British.
Put a man in hell. That's what I was gonna say.
Wait, what?
Just some white people trying to put a black man in jail. Stop. Right.
That's a strike statement. So
You're a professional way to get thrown in jail. Ooh.
I was thinking it sounds globalist. That's what I was thinking. Every time.
It'll be fine.
No, but have you not noticed that there's a new term called globalist? That if a country tries to, I don't know, there's like this group of people. Who's that guy? The WEF?
Yeah.
What's that guy? Schwab? Jews?
Oh, no.
Oh, I don't.
Is globalism? I mean, there's a lot.
You're thinking of the food.
See, to a certain extent, we aren't the world police, and I think
Yeah.
Sorry, he's still talking about the Duck Street.
Right. No, but that's what. Sorry. What's his name? Him of they call the UN, and he's considered good. Yeah. Now it's called globalism, and it's bad.
But that's what I'm saying. My response directly was just like, look, global wealth disparity, wealth inequality, basically intervene sort of intervene in basically like all the global conflicts where there is some, like
why don't you just make yourself an Iron Man first? Like, you could become fucking Dr. Manhattan Iron Man. You can go and
I think it's quite interesting the perspectives that people have in terms of, like I said, I think to a degree the question almost like kind of biases Americans to sort of focus on domestic issues. So I'm not like trying to judge you. It's just interesting. Like Sam, who's had time to reflect first. His first port of call is like fucking non-human animals, and it's like your thing is like, fortify the legal structure and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, look.
No, I'm not
You're in this position now. You can like see children dying in war zones around the world. Dismantling neo-colonial system.
Everything you would be doing would be an interventionist colonial colonizer. I agree. Mister, I'm going to
Paternalistic.
The point is to give people like the right to vote and stuff.
Yeah, that's not.
You can't do that if you're a dictator. You have to.
Timothy has to stay in prison not because he's black, and then on the back of the shirt it'll say just because nothing else is
Chrissy, make me that
If you
shirt.
don't say yes to that, Sully, I'm going to. What size is it?
Double XL, triple XL.
No, you're not. Okay, but I will.
I'm doing it. Triple XL right now. I don't know why we're.
Yeah, because he's going to be the ambassador. Like, he's going to be basically second in command. Daniel.
Say a minute, and I'm
Give him back the power to the people, bitch. You know, I'm not keeping my power. You're giving me all the power. I'm giving it back to the people. Just using all of that.
You're some gay shit, bro.
Yeah, you're like Gladiator.
The reason why you shouldn't do that, Sully, is like with the genie, you're supposed to free the genie on the third wish. You don't free the genie on the first.
Right.
You do the first four things. Then you give the power. No, the first
Exactly.
No, you're missing the point, Sam. You already fucked up. You didn't learn the lessons.
Even though I don't agree, Sam's like, I think we should treat human animals first. Sam's always like being treated to fucking shit. I still think Sam's better than yours, Sully. Like, at least he's helping someone.
Dude. I'm doing just Timothy, I have a problem with dictators. I actually, like, if I could wave a magic wand, I'd get rid of all the dictators. But if you're just saying, you become a dictator, then what I'm going to do is say, I, as a dictator with my certain kind of, like, sovereign authority, which he said was, like, over the U.S., I'm going to give the power back to the people I have control over.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm
going to do. What does people voting someone like Trump? It's so stupid.
So, like, okay, yeah. See, this is where I say that, like, democracy is still more valuable than just, like, being able to make the world in my own image.
Yeah, I think if you have the chance to save the people, you take the chance to save the people.
With great power comes great responsibility.
That's right.
So basically,
liberty is the soul's right to breathe.
So your first
you don't understand like anything else.
Your first decision is like to be a protagonist in a Disney movie. Like that's the, what do you want to be? I don't know. I want to be the prince.
You have no.
I want to kiss Snow White.
You're like 300 years behind on this, bro. You need to read common sense. You need to. You know what? Maybe it's just because you're British. It's probably just because you're British.
Look who's on your side. Look who's on your side.
The fucking people still have not overthrown the monarchy yet. What am I going to do?
And you're still speaking English. Excuse me. On the British, because you're still speaking English right now. So.
Look who's on your side.
You want me to speak English, though?
But hold on. They still contributed. Okay, so you're being disrespectful because they still contributed to. We're speaking English right now.
They contributed to getting their asses kicked multiple times.
And you're still speaking English.
Sorry, man, you're speaking English too. What are you talking?
I think, actually very productive.
But another option that I'd like everyone to consider is down here in Tocantins. There's like hot springs.
Hello, comedian. Nice to have you here.
And it's literal eco resort.
Yeah, I think that could fit exactly at the time we're talking about COP30. Just now we have to get together for the preparation before Ghana. Ghana, I spoke with Daniel for quite a bit of time today. And I think you can count on look at being able to make agreement that will go along these lines. It'll be me pitching on your behalf, right? Because you're like my client. I'm like the agent, right? And you're there with me. And I'm pitching on your behalf. And I'm there pitching for you. And I'm framing it this way. And I'm saying the only reason that Mark is here is because of the fact that the government of Brazil decided to take on 80% of his financing in the setup of his first location, which frees up his capital to look to expand. And he wants to make a global mandate. We have the relationship with Daniel to implement this, and it all goes to the Is There Enough conversations, long history with Voting Africa. And how about we just come in here and you go, because of the fact that Brazil did that, you now have capital to do it in another place. And me, I have to advise where should my client look in the world to use this extra capital? Wouldn't it be nice if you guys did something like Brazil did? So you encourage Mark to come here, and maybe now he can use that capital that he can save here in another place. And we're just looking around who might be, because this is not the only place that there's cocaine.
Right. So what's the flight cost? Oh, he left. Because I'm looking here. Flight round trip to Ghana is a little over $2,000. I haven't checked Skyscanner, but that was on Emirates. I just checked.
His battery might have died. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, anyway, sorry, I'm just finishing saying that you can basically get count on the fact that we're going to have an opportunity to have a conversation to see how
It's September, the Ghana trip?
Yep.
You have to
Be there on the 22nd. You can count on being there definitely through the end of September and a little bit into October. Plus or minus.
I don't know if I have so much, but I'll definitely do, the week.
Yeah, something like that. We'll figure it out. As long as, we have a president the event. I'll spend more time there because I'll have more conversation with Is There Enough. And we shoot some video and, we'll have some story to tell. What we're looking to say to the world is that organization that Daniel founded has proven, without technology mostly, they've proven that you can create an entrepreneurial culture amongst a broad range of people. That it's not a special thing to be an entrepreneur. It's about training, education. This guy, come and wave your hand if you're still in this room. And thanks for being here, comedian. He set out to prove that you could train people how to make their own job rather than look for one. As far as I'm concerned, he's proven it based on the statistics.
I think that's a brilliant idea.
And he did that 7 years ago, and the per capita income of Ghanaians overall in a population of 75 to 30 is gone 50% on a per capita basis. It's not happening. Like, it's a huge thing this guy's pulled off. That's
So, do you think Americans are going to be happy. But Sam doesn't care because he thinks he's doing something actually good, like positive.
Is Sam here, by the way?
Just
Sorry, not to interrupt.
if you have
Sam, can you bring Adam up,
Why
please?
would I?
Yeah.
Oh,
the
you don't want to.
thing to do is ensure that you can,
Who's
everybody else can come to
I don't know.
Alan's down there. You want to come up?
Is this not an inclusive environment? Is it dictatorship, Sam?
Yes, who's having dictatorship? Yes, it's dictatorship.
Oh, no problem, Sam.
Who is he, bro?
I respect mods. No problem.
It's a dictatorship.
Who is he, Sam?
So Benedict, Sasha, if you were dictator of America, what would your top 5 priorities be?
Put Timothy in prison.
I'm black.
Why
I don't know, probably like,
He's black.
Oh, well, you guys talk, I think it's okay to talk over you, audience, bye.
probably like what, like.
Sam, please, can you bring
Oh, you think it's good to talk over Sasha?
Thank you. Just like, I don't know, end factory farming, the research into like ending wild animal suffering, expand foreign aid like drastically. Those are probably like the 3 biggest ones.
Reduce defense spending? No, that's.
I mean, maybe, but like, that's, I don't know. I mean, those are like, so probably like there's no more billionaires or anybody in like that brackets, just like extreme wealth redistribution. It's like, I guess, like, you know, like extreme foreign aid is one, and then like, what?
Yes, Sasha. Someone now. I want to put factory farming at like number 4.
I don't know.
I'm telling you,
Maybe just like,
you guys are really
maybe just like some like extreme drugs.
Chevron
Maybe
is
just
like
like,
a huge difference.
Jesus Christ, man.
sorry, what?
What?
I don't know, maybe like extreme pressure on countries to like not do war or something. Or,
Oh my
no,
God.
actually,
Beautiful person.
yeah, maybe something.
I mean, if you phrase the question as like, if you phrase the question as like, okay, you put forward laws like bills and like you're very confident that they'll get passed. If you phrase it like that, I could give you like better answers. But if you're saying like you are a dictator in the hypothetical, I would be very concerned about that part.
Did I evil Sully is, Sasha? His first port of call would just be like,
I'm ripping apart this piece of gold because I'm going to show you 2 ways to cash in gold in the Diamond District. Our first stop is Manhattan Gold and Silver in the back of this exchange.
Just want to cash this in.
Drill it. They have to drill a core sample to determine the purity of the gold. They drill a little bit out, and they put it in a spectrometer, which comes back as 97% pure gold.
Do cash? You want to do check?
I opt out for the check, and they issue that right away. I was barely there for 5 minutes, and I already got a check for $4,596. The check has today's gold price, the pennyweight price that I got, and the purity and everything else I need, and I'm off to the next spot. This place is for heavy gold movements, but in this case, they make an exception to help me scrap my second piece, and we weigh it out, and I got my second check. So I started off with 2 pieces of gold, and now I've got 2 checks. One small, one large. One for $4,596, the other one for $6,045. So now you know how quickly you could change your gold into cash, whether it's a change from TrackSlice.com or Bouillon from Bouillon Trading LLC.
Abby, these are the same black men making excuses in the 80s and 90s for drugs being peddled into our same black communities, right? It's crazy to me. You know, when white people engage in white flight, they left a very lovely former Jewish neighborhood in what is known as Compton, California. Right? I say, look, these monkeys tore the fuck out of that said neighborhood. They tore the fuck out of it. Right? So if you want to look at Englewood and Carson, I can understand why the Jewish neighborhood, took back Culver City. We are not going to allow these monkeys to throw bananas in our streets, right? So at the end of the fucking day, these monkeys will never be satisfied. Never be satisfied.
I see them in India. I think they're white-faced spider monkeys. Beige, more of a beige. You're a beige. Okay. So, but no,
right, and you're a dirty foot-ass slave. Exactly. Even a black woman that walked past me right now when I said that laughed.
I know you're
a dirty foot-ass slave. Thank you.
Wouldn't take this from you if you're a white guy. I get pissed off about it, but because you are.
Hey, listen, you would take white dick if you had the chance. You would take the white dick if you had a chance. Right, stuttering and all. Give me a Trump check, white daddy. And dirty fucking ghetto.
No, on a more serious note, I think that the age limit has to come into effect just to get the new blood flowing in the Senate and
yellow teeth and yellow eyes ass black men. Did you ever notice that?
My foot is dirty from pulling it out of yellow ass.
Jamal, are you making an argument that the age should be lower?
77. Yeah, I think 70. What is it? 72? I think 77 would be a cutoff for a president.
Mm-hmm.
That's my age. What do you think? I think 77.
Do you feel like R. Kelly is innocent?
Absolutely.
Oh, there you go. That's all we need to hear, y'all. I'm telling y'all. Man, I've been doing this for a very long fucking time. Okay? This is textbook. This is textbook.
You get profiled quickly what they answer to say
Yeah, that was a good question because I'm a Kelly fan.
Oh, we got another one. What's up, Rob?
Wow,
What's up, Rob?
crazy, bro.
Rob, what you want to do? You were talking a lot of shit in the chat. Let's do it.
Man, shut your punk ass up.
Right,
man.
let's do it. Let's do it.
Punk ass. You a punk.
Let's do it, Rob. Let's do it.
The only person on here that don't know gay and black.
Let's do it.
What's up?
Let's do it, Rob. Come on, let's do it.
Wow.
Let's do it. Let's cook walk in this motherfucker. Let's cook walk in this motherfucker. Let's do it.
Man, how about this, man?
Yo. I'm gonna be Serena Williams on the Super Bowl stage. I'm a crip off all stupid. On all y'all motherfuckers. What are you doing?
She looks stupid.
What are you doing? Oh, because she's married to a white man?
Nah, she just looks stupid.
He's the offspring of Prince.
But hey, look, man, what's up, though? How you doing?
Yeah, doing just fine so far. It's Memorial Day weekend, guys. Let's let loose, man.
Memorial Monkey Business Weekend.
Let's go do it. Memorial craziness.
Y'all eating some barbecue tomorrow, man?
I'm already barbecue. That's what I'm doing right now.
Man, I just picked up some groceries. I'm
Probably smoking them by some maybe.
Yo, Matt, you're making some collard greens in your bathtub. Collard greens to the best. In the bathtub, I'm telling you.
Like
That's the best way to cook them.
men talking about things that men do. Go over there and play. Get you some females or something. Go tighties with the women.
Did any of these real men on these stage make $50,000 last month?
And that's
Got it.
Hey, appreciate you, Ron, me and Jamal.
Dr. Adams is a one-hitter quitter.
Shout out to the Dirty Foot and Ghetto.
Is it coke? Is it coke? Or is it piss?
Even your rating is making me kind of like cringe. I'm like, holy shit.
Politics. That is like a huge money in politics issue of a lot of shit. That's bad. Like I don't. Like that undercuts like the Israel lobby. That undercuts like all the other special interest lobbyist groups. That So like that's like big.
Yeah, you fucking idiot.
The reason I said
exactly. And bragging about coming up in the Diddy case isn't necessarily like something
true. That's not something to be proud of, bro.
Right. Because you monkeys can't afford my zip code. There you go. That's cool. We good.
Hey, look at this chick with a that's big. This older nigga will be like, hey, look at this chick with a BBL that he got, right? I'm like, no, that's not your wife. He like, so what? She could be yours too. I'm like, what you mean by that? He like, you gotta pay it. You can fuck it like I'm doing. I said, but it's not yours. The nigga said, so what, nigga? And I'm like, yo, I'm not like these niggas. I can't go out and fuck anybody, but I still got that freak in me. That means I would never fuck. I be scared, nigga. I ain't never gonna fuck no random bitch. I'm not gonna just be like the other niggas that pay for some coochie. That's beneath me. I never did that in my fucking life. None of my older brothers did that. Probably except one of them. That nigga different. But like, I would never. So when y'all niggas be like, maybe you ain't flirting, nigga, I wouldn't even flirt with y'all. Y'all niggas look weird to me. Like, that niggas is fun to talk to and play with and ball when I'm ball.
But some of us don't want to play like that.
Why you want to play like that?
Yeah, I don't care.
I guess not even like flirty vibes, but like I guess some people might, if they don't know you well enough, or I guess if they're having like a serious conversation, it'll be like, like not as socially unacceptable, but like I get it, yeah.
But tell me if
I guess, man.
We're at New York City's most famous halal truck, trying their viral Congo platter. I have no idea what makes one halal truck different from any other, but this one has a line that could actually reach the Middle East. This truck is just like a nightclub, and the owner is just the big boss that just keeps everyone in check. I've never seen anything like it. One dude who is just smashing chicken, puts in rice, puts in the meat, floods the bowl with white sauce, and they're just funneling again and again. There's probably more money that flows for this block than the NASDAQ on those days. This is the viral combo platter. It's overflowing with food. I'm just gonna say what we're all thinking. This looks like a disaster in the bathroom. It's fantastic. I was not expecting that at all. And this white sauce could honestly be a smoothie to go. It's like liquid crack. But dude, let me don't drink that. You know, rather just like Monday don't do is D-Lo, real smart.
Is your boyfriend?
I let
Dude, I just got this new airsoft gun. It's pretty sweet. You want to take a look at it? Oh, cool, man. This thing looks real. Holy smokes, it's got camera and everything. Are you sure this is not 22? No, dude. I mean, I know it looks real. I mean, it might as well be, but it's not. So, dude, I just got.
Only thing to talk about is fried chicken, Hennessy, and racism. Are you like fried chicken, Hennessy, and racism?
I actually don't like Hennessy, but I do. If you ever come
Pepe, we know you fuck black women. That's right. Pepe, we know you fuck black women. I will fuck women that are attractive because I am straight. That's just how I am. Yeah, okay, so let me ask you a question, Pepe. Would you fuck a big black woman? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like when I was younger, and if I was out at the bars, and that's all the time, yeah, you have to be drunk. There you go. No, if you're like 19, There you go. When I was 19, I would do it just because I think it'd be fun. Like if you're 19, your dick will be hard for pretty much any woman, and so there's a good chance to be like, oh yeah, sure, one night, okay.
That's why he has problems right now because he lost his virginity to a black woman. Who would have thought?
I never lost my virginity to a black woman. I'll give you a hint though. It wasn't a white woman. It was actually a woman.
Black woman.
It was actually a woman. No. I lost my virginity to her family was from Guam, so she wasn't white, but she was.
Guam is black. That's black.
No, they're Asian, dude.
Nah, they're definitely Asian. They're like Pacific Islander. They're not black, but I have noticed about a lot of people that I know that are from Guam, like their parents, generation but it would make sense because it's a military place too. So, that would make sense why you see a lot of intermixed like marriages between people that are from Guam and black.
No, Guam people, they look like they're basically related to Filipinos. And they're
I'm saying the Pacific Islanders. Not the Pacific Islanders, they're related to the Hawaiians, the Samoans, all of those people.
They're dark as shit,
and the reason why the Philippines look like that is because they have a mixture of some Spaniard and possibly like some East Indian in them. they look a lot darker than other Asians.
And Jamal, I literally nailed on several occasions. Her name is Shayo, and she was a Nigerian. Her family was from Nigeria, and like I nailed her a bunch of times. Like I dated
You
dark chocolate pussy.
Nigerian pussy?
I got some dark chocolate pussy. That you got, yeah.
That's why you going down like Charles.
Wow, that's good.
Hey, you really know what it's like. That's why you be going down like
Just go for it. Here in Dubai.
Well, to be fair,
Like anything from this 64 kg ring, which has been recognized by the Guinness Book of World Records as the world's heaviest ring. To these food questions, and a whole break of it made of gold. I asked the seller if he will actually buy these.
No, but I've made like several like black
I got to try the heaviest piece in the shop. Gold prices might be hitting record highs, but that doesn't stop buyers from shopping for a bargain in this market. Traders come here to buy and to negotiate
literally,
price.
if we were just forced, not as like boyfriend girlfriend, but
The largest gold store in the world is based
one
here in
person
Dubai.
going to jail.
You're sitting in a cluttered room right now.
She supported my business multiple times. And she from the same city I'm from, or if she been out here.
Are you from New Orleans?
Nah, I'm from Houston. She from Louisiana, but she been out here since she was a kid.
Yeah, she from Houston too. She's from out there. I mean, she lives out here.
Yeah, nah, that's my dog.
I haven't went out there to see her. I've been out there a couple times this year, but I just haven't had a chance to really stop and spend no time.
Man, this hoe finna go crazy tonight, man. I ain't gonna even front. I'm putting my groceries up. I might get outside tonight and see me some shit. I got a brand new Lincoln. MKX is clean as fuck. I haven't even driven. Are you in Houston? This monkey is still yapping. It's crazy. You see how when this faggot left, man, we just have a conversation. Alright. And then as soon as the fag come back, everything Derek Chauvin's bullet bag. Derek Chauvin's bullet bag is cool, man. You know, that just wilding out. Let me just wilding out. Let me tell you why that on my neck. Free my neck. It's so lame. Free my neck. Free my neck. Where the fuck did you guys pick this guy up from? And you know, so you heard you be saying when the white man be penetrating you, punk ass bitch. That's your safe word. It's so funny listening to like southern accent. What is it? It comes out so different. You punk ass bitch. I mean, it sounds cool in a way. He said you got to say something when they be running in your ass. I want that. In your baby ass. Yeah, because I guess somehow y'all think that because we down here in something like I'm from the fourth largest city in the United States. Like I'm not from like some cowhead town in East Texas. What's the crime rate? What's the crime rate? Hold on, Adams. Hey man, I'm in the most crime-ridden area. We all know about it, nigga.
But no, Houston actually is kind of like it's not.
We have a lower crime rate considering how big of a city.
Free my neck. But you guys got all of the. Didn't you guys get all of the people from like New Orleans and then like crime went up?
You know what I mean? So look, so when that happened, that was 2005, and we did get the largest number of people come down here. We had a little increase for about 2 months, then it settled down. But man, crime coming waves. That's just what it is, man.
Traditionally, like. I know, like, people, I don't really care about the street shit. I think got a lot of coke. But the places that have generally had, like, I guess you could say, are the most in the trenches have generally been southern, predominantly black cities in the U.S. Like Memphis, I like Memphis. Houston is kind of rugged, though. You know what I never knew?
It's a small ass butt fuck town. So look, so let me tell you, I was born in Texarkana, Texas, right? I've been here since I was about 3.
It's small.
If y'all know anything about Texarkana,
Texarkana, like it borders. It's Texarkana, Arkansas, and Texarkana, Texas. You got put in both like at the same time. So like West Memphis and all that shit, Pine Bluff, Arkansas is a butthole state. Let me tell you, it's a shithole state. Let me tell y'all straight up and down. It's poverty stricken, but it's surprisingly a beautiful state. Like if y'all get outside, like
It is beautiful.
them shitholes.
Free my neck. I've been free my neck. They got mountains and shit out there.
Arkansas, Hillary fucking Clinton. It's a horrible state.
No, our actually,
Look, man.
we hold on.
It's got a lot of water and shit too.
It ain't got a lot of teeth.
Somebody said MAGA and MIGA in the check. What you trying to say, nigga? One day y'all gonna, I'm gonna tell y'all something.
So if he did, what the fuck is your monkey ass gonna do about it?
Hey,
what the fuck is your monkey ass gonna do about it?
Hey, let Holly speak, man. She hadn't spoke. Let a real woman speak.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate that.
This beautiful white queen.
I was just gonna share with you. We have a property in Hot Springs, Arkansas. It's an Airbnb, and Hot Springs is a really beautiful place. It is a beautiful place.
That's the only nice place in that state is Hot Springs. It's more.
Yeah. You got that Eureka Springs, and then there's a lot.
It's in the hills and shit.
Fayetteville.
Are the nice towns, and they still happen to be the ones that are also considered sundown towns? For some reason,
No,
but you're right.
No. A lot of
wait. So Pepe, do you consider black neighborhoods where other black people cannot actually be around? Especially driving Bentleys after sunset. Would you consider those sundown towns?
I was obviously trolling.
No, but I'm just asking you. Do you feel like those are sundown towns?
A lot of those sundown towns are actually really poverty-stricken places. They're not generally like there is. So there's a idea of you don't go to certain areas because of the wealth. But I come to find out that even like middle class and poor whites,
or maybe
going to certain neighborhoods.
Maybe the black criminal cockroaches. Maybe.
Hey man, can you stop being a whole ass nigga for one second?
Maybe the black criminal cockroaches flee when the sun comes up.
I would say that like if you're to look at the places that are likely to be like sundown towns, they're probably going to be rural white areas where there's people that are willing to be violent, which you generally don't get in.
You sucked out there. You didn't have a foot across your neck.
Man,
right?
they got this place called. They got a place called Vider, Texas.
Fake agenda. Right.
They got a place called Vider,
Texas. It's also not racist. James, when you shoot first before being carjacked.
I really remember they used to have
offspring of Prince. Well, you've been beat quite a bit, haven't you?
Bill Clinton is actually from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Now I will there's not really, these are people that are, they don't travel much. It's not like, so I mean, I'm trying not to judge, but man, some of it's bad. Just the most nasty shit you've ever seen.
When you say, give me an example of what you mean when you say that, Holly.
Oh gosh, bodily fluids on, all over the place. Let's see, what else? Blunt.
Turning up,
burning my floors. Yeah.
And shit. All these niggas in there turned up.
Shit on the sheet.
Wow. Oh my God. shit. You been down there?
Like everywhere. I don't know. Shit everywhere, y'all.
Do they have a Ritz-Carlton in Memphis? I'm just curious. Ritz? So your monkey ass gets tied to the bellbox in Valley. That's crazy. That's crazy. Free my neck. Free my neck. Free my neck. Free my neck. That's exactly what you are. You're a Ritz. Free my neck. Free my neck.
I don't want to sound like a bitch. I mean, we have plenty of really sweet guys of all races. I mean, I get some of the guys too, Mexican workers. They're great clients. They come back over and over for jobs, doing their work, but they're Mexican folks too. So I mean, they all have their little. Oh,
You have to clean them up yourself. You clean them up yourself.
Fuck no, Jamal. No, but
You're hiring people to clean them.
Absolutely. The Indians are the only type that they like, man. I don't know what it is. The Indians will try to live with it. Everybody's got their thing.
Education.
If you get a rich cracking like Adams in there, he's gonna leave some shit on the wall or something. Ma'am,
Most people don't realize is that they're
Adam, do you like cheese? I love cheese. I didn't know that. I love cheese. Thank you. What the fuck? Rob, you're in the fucking Matrix, bro. It's the Obama phone. It's coming in choppy. This is crazy. He said your phone is coming in choppy. Yeah, no, I said the Obama phone. Thank you. So Holly, yeah, my mom's name's Holly. She's a trip.
Hi.
Holly or
Free my Pisces. She's a fucking headache. She's a Pisces.
Oh, my mom's a Pisces. I know all about that.
Yeah, she's a Pisces. So,
Hey, Adams, I gotta give you some props. Now, saying this was an Obama phone, that's actually funny. I'll give your punk ass some props on that.
He's got the offspring of Prince. He's all right.
Oh, no, don't give him that. Don't give him that, man. Prince a real one.
Like Prince.
Prince a real one. Nah, Prince a real one. We ain't giving him Prince, man.
Off of the sheet.
We ain't giving him. He could be one of the DeBarge family.
Hi, Matt. Is this room about black fatigue? I see another room going about black fatigue. I'm just wondering, is this room about black fatigue? Dirty Foot and Ghetto. Free the neck.
Like housekeeping work for like big homes in Malibu. So that's kind of how you got your connection in this area. You was one of them ones that got ran out the body because you a bitch ass nigga.
Definitely not.
I get it.
Never been to the party on
I get it. Nah, he ain't rich. No. His mama is a Mexican nigga. He works for a Mexican. And y'all used to clean their house. That's what it is. And he's playing with you.
Let's see.
This is fucking crazy. I get it, man. I get it from these house firms that didn't used to make God bless you, Adam. We get some good.
Only a G-string walking around.
Hey, Diddy did things to that man. Diddy did things to that man that should not be done.
And through the body.
And I want you to sleep up now. Wait. So now you guys are alleging that
Like and subscribe.
killed me. So, would you say that Diddy is innocent?
No,
No, he's not. Diddy deserves to be in prison.
Oh,
He should probably be with him.
interesting. Interesting. So Diddy diddled me, yet he deserves to not be in prison. That's crazy.
You've been diddled by the diddler?
That's how y'all.
Rob, there's two monkeys speaking at the same time. So monkey number two.
That's a code.
I got $1 million worth of gold right here, but this is my favorite right here, the one that breaks apart. This is an ounce, but it's broken up into different pieces that are about $200 a pop, or a tenth of an ounce. So you get 10 pieces. A tenth of an ounce from Al Tabi, a Swiss gold company, and you can get all these crazy gold products on BullionTradingLLC.com. That's where I get my raw gold, particularly casting for when I make my jewelry on Transparency.com. So there's a lot of ways to do it, a lot of coins. If you want to avoid the premium, you get the big bar. All right, these are how much on the market today? $64,000. Price is going up. That's what's going on.
Oh my God, I can just dream them. Lucia, I heard this is the best dog in UAE. Oh my God, I can just.
Even orthopedic doctors.
Where you from? Nah, nigga. Yes. You from Malibu, something like that? There you go. There you go, Matt. Yes. I thought that was us.
Out in the wild, anything can happen. Someone dangerous. That's why we made this, the hiking safety tool. Strong enough to break bricks, tough enough to hit a bat.
Oklahoma City, where the trucks are lifted high and the IQs aren't. I loved it there. They got good values. God-fearing by day, OnlyFans subscribers by night. Oklahomans, or Oklahomos. Yeah.
These are facts about your Audi. They are for you to enjoy. Your Audi.
Do you think I'm getting fat?
No, you're fatter than you used to be, but you're not fat.
JP!
You're kind of fat.
So JP, you're doing shows in Batavia.
Is that even a real place?
Yeah, it's in Illinois, right by Naperville.
Huh. Sounds like it's a place by the Baltic Sea or something. Huh. It is a real place. Alright, as a proud Democratic senator, I'm off to Ellsworth. Dude, I
doing a Baltimore to do comedy shows. Nice. Very unique city. Big crab culture there. I love crab. I got crabs from down there once. Bro, do you believe these idiot liberals act like a bunch of stupid homos or something? Dude, just stop. What? You used to be a liberal. That was a long time ago. You're not realizing they killed Kennedy.
Who's they? Israel?
No, they killed Kennedy.
Who's they? The CIA? The mob?
No, they killed Kennedy. Houston is a real Texas city. Hey, are you spray painting a swastika on the side of my Cybertruck, you psycho? No. Yeah, you are. I watched you do it through the security cameras. I feel like everyone...
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content.
Resistance to admitting that the country is broke. Resistance to admitting
If Saudi people don't eat meat, they will not survive, because Saudi Arabia is just a desert with no rivers or canals for water. That's why no vegetables grow there, and they are forced to eat meat. Their survival depends on raising camels and goats, which is why you'll find more camels and goats in Saudi Arabia than people. If Saudi people don't eat meat, they will not survive.
Welcome to Full Measure. I'm Cheryl Lackison. There's nobody.
Trump obviously is
By name, 80% at the polls. He may be Mr. Popular at home, but indeed.
obviously is one of these cars. Maybe he's the train. And then there's another car, which is Doge. And I don't think Elon Musk is going to suffer these fools once he finds out how foolish they are or duplicitous they are. You don't land rockets backwards. You don't get cars to drive themselves on the interstate by ignoring the fools that you're working with.
What fools are you referring to?
Mike Johnson.
Because
He's the leader of the fools. I mean, we can just anybody following him now is a fool as well. Because
the spending primarily, or
it's a suicide pact to spend us into oblivion.
a fiscal hawk and MIT-educated engineer, Massey's record in Congress is a highlight reel of lone dissent. He even wears his obsession on his sleeve, actually his lapel, sporting a mini debt clock he designed, ticking up the nation's $36 trillion tab in real time. In 2020, he infuriated both parties by forcing lawmakers back to D.C. for an in-person vote by name on a $2.2 trillion COVID relief bill he saw as fiscally reckless.
Mr. Speaker, I came here to make sure our republic doesn't die by unanimous consent in an empty chamber, and I request a recorded vote.
In 2022, he was the only House member to reject a resolution against anti-Semitism. He argued it threatened free speech. He's continued taking solo stances this year.
Well, I've stood alone 3 times so far in 3 months. I was the only dissenting Republican on making Mike Johnson the Speaker. I was the only dissenting Republican on our budget. And I was the lone dissenting Republican on the continuing resolution, which is a copy-paste of Biden's last 15 months in office. We're just going to do the same thing for the first 9 months of Trump's administration.
He calls colleagues two-faced on Trump's government shrinking agenda, like plans to shut down the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID.
There are Republicans, for instance, that want that USAID money. I mean, there was a surreal moment for me at the State of the Union when Trump talked about cutting all these Doge things that they had discovered. And my colleagues all stood up and cheered. I mean, like, you're the ones who funded all of this. Like, the Doge is cutting the things that you all did, and now you're applauding. And Elon Musk is at odds with a lot of those Republicans who stood up and clapped, but they're playing along with it right now. They're going to do sort of I would call it rope-a-dope, maybe, to use a Kentucky boxer analogy here. They're just letting Elon wear himself out.
Massey is also a standout for rejecting what he sees as the corrupting cash grab in Congress. Both parties push members to hit fundraising quotas in order to get rewarded with prime spots on committees. Then they use those roles to rake in donations from the very industries they oversee, blurring ethical lines. Wait, you're describing a relationship where you have to raise money for yourself or for the party to get a good position on a committee?
To get a good committee. This is why I'll never be on what's called an A committee. Those committees are like financial services, ways and means, and energy and commerce. Energy and commerce, by the way, regulates the pharmaceutical companies.
Is that when you're on the important committee, you will do the lobbyist bidding or whatever they prefer?
Yeah, theoretically. Yeah, if you find that somebody is on a committee that oversees the pharmaceutical companies, you're going to see that's who the pharmaceutical companies donate to. But you're told before you get on the committee, don't even ask for one of these 8 committees unless you're ready to do the hard work across the street. Across the street means you can't call up and ask for money here in this building we're in right now. You have to walk across the street to the NRCC and make those phone calls. So they'll tell you, unless you're ready to do the hard work across the street, don't ask for one of these committees.
Right here they have like a board up that tells how much, who's raised how much, and what they're supposed to raise, and
it's the wall of shame. So there's a board that shows what your quota is based on your committee assignment. So if you're on a lesser committee, you may only have to raise $300,000 every election cycle. But if you're on one of these bigger committees, it's more like $1 million or $500,000 you need to raise and give to the party to stay in their good graces. If you look on the wall of shame, I'm at 0.
No dialing for dollars for you.
I haven't done it. I've not done it. I do, by the way, I do help the party. I do give money to candidates who are running in close elections who have what I believe are sound principles. So I will help them in that way. I'll go to the fundraisers and help them raise money. But I just don't agree with the sort of extortion that goes on with these committee assignments.
Massey's relationship with Trump is a Capitol Hill soap opera. In 2020, Trump branded him a third-rate grandstander and tried to oust him over forcing the in-person COVID vote, but later endorsed Massey for re-election. Massey endorsed Ron DeSantis for 2024, then switched to Trump.
I've had 3 conversations or interactions with the president in the last 9 months. One, he called and left condolences for my loss of my wife, which is very kind. I think it's part of the president a lot of people don't see. He didn't need to do that. It didn't gain him anything politically, but he took time out of his day to call me and offer his condolences. And then I talked to him about 2 weeks before the election about endorsing him, which I ultimately did that same day. And I initiated that phone call, and he took my call in the second ring. And then I talked to him 2 weeks after the election, roughly, about cabinet secretaries. There was discussion, and RFK Jr. was a big fan of this, and the people that are supporting him would hope to see me be ag secretary. And I would have done it. It's not my life ambition. I think I could do a good job of it. But I spoke to Trump about that as well.
So you didn't get picked for that. I didn't know you were even considered.
Maybe I wasn't. I don't know. But 3 great positive interactions.
That was before Massey was the sole GOP no vote on 2 important Trump-backed bills that passed anyway. One on the budget, another a spending bill that avoided a government shutdown. He said both were fiscally irresponsible. Trump lashed out on Truth Social, branding Massey a grandstander and vowing to lead the charge to get him defeated in his next election.
This is deja vu. He's called me a grandstander again, but this time he didn't qualify as third rate, so I think I'm moving up in the world. But what people know about me is if you attack me, I'm probably going to dig in. You're not going to move me. And I'm not bullied. I have no hard feelings toward the president. Sometimes he's a bull in a china shop, and if a few of my dishes get broken, I'm okay.
Do you think that's more about swamping people around him, trying to have his ear about you?
Oh, I absolutely do. I think people were whispering in his ear, you need to do something, Mr. President. With that day or about a day before that attack, I had come out against getting involved in a war with Iran. And I think there are people in and around the administration who were whispering in his ear, you need to whack this guy. He's feeling his oats here and talking about not having a war and not getting involved in the Middle East and give him a dose of medicine. The tune-up doesn't work on me. I think it's performative to influence other members of Congress who might not be able to weather this. I joke that I've got Trump antibodies from a natural infection in 2020. This was my booster.
For more on this story, listen on my podcast, Full Measure, After Hours.
Recognized for 90 seconds.
Well, I'd love to stand here and tell the American people, we can cut your taxes and we can increase spending and everything's going to be just fine. But I can't do that because I'm here to deliver a dose of reality. This bill dramatically increases deficits in the near term, but promises our government will be fiscally responsible 5 years from now. Where have we heard that before? How do you bind a future Congress to these promises? This bill is a debt bomb ticking. Congress can do funny math, fantasy math, if it wants, but bond investors don't. And this week, they sent us a message. Moody's.
Alfred, remember, Trump and having dementia. Trump proved himself and proved that he could get the votes. And guess what? He got the votes. He won. Yes, that makes him the head of the Republican Party. That doesn't mean everybody else, all the rhinos and all the moderates, go away. It just means this is the guy who we got in. That's it.
Yeah, that's again. I can hear that, but this is my belief. If he was the guy, hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm stepping in somewhere.
All right, while he steps in, I'm going to tell you right now that the way the party structure works is that each county, local area has its own county district, and then they create up a state committee, and those committees get together at the national RNC, and that's voted locally. So to say that Donald Trump is the head of the RNC when it's people like me and you that go to these places to select our committee chairs, who then head to the place to select our motto, our RNC platform, et cetera, et cetera. It's not Donald Trump that does that. It's
Don't say that Donald Trump was the chairman of the Republican National Convention. I'm sure, I don't know who that person is right now.
I'm saying that every aspect
I would also say
done by
that
regular
being at the head of the RNC does not mean that you're the leader of the Republican Party. He is the leader of the Republican Party. He is the face of the
I
Republican
disagree with
Party.
you again, because that implies that Donald Trump is creating the policies from somewhere, and that's not what's happening. He is amplifying the policies.
Who is the face of the Republican Party?
He's not the leader of
We
the
believe this
Republican
policy
Party, but then
is
say he is the leader of the Republican Party. I'm confused.
I said that he may not be the chairman. You know how they have the DNC, you have those two national organizations. You know they have leaders of those two things. I was saying that he may not be the actual leader of the respective RNC. Yeah, he's the leader of the Republican Party.
No, it's not how that works. He's not the leader of the party. You're saying regular people who create the policy, who get the platform.
Is the leader of you guys as far as whether you want to accept it or not.
We are the ones that select it. Donald Trump does not select any of these things. He simply talks and amplifies the things we give him to say.
Yeah, James, I understand what you're saying, and maybe in this particular case,
that's the way it's working. But it seems to me, I remember that whoever the president is, that's considered the leader of whatever party he belongs to.
Well, I'm sure symbolically, but
Yeah.
So
maybe that's the biggest agreement we're having here.
Well, look at the Missouri RNC convention of 2024, and you'll see exactly what I mean. That the MAGA is basically a voting bloc that has decided to unify and use our singular power as a singular voting power, as a big sword. And we're not like deciding policy for no reason or just randomly. We're deciding it to give to a president to say, you are going to say this. This is your script. We are giving this to you. We're 30-40% of the voting bloc. We're very strong. We're very unified, and we can get our message across by doing so. It's amazing stuff. What we, the people, have done. You take a president and turn him into a weapon.
James, I agree with Alan. It's because the face you see, okay, I see where the guy coming from now. Yes.
Well, that's like saying Captain America.
I get the idea that an actual sitting president isn't the person who's actually developing the policy. He's not doing the writing. He's not. But this guy, this is not like even a George Bush situation. George Bush, although he didn't leave as a president that had an 8-year term, talking about either. Well, let's use senior, because he actually was a one-term president. When he left, helped lead the Republican Party from 92 to 96.
You know why from 2000
2024?
No, it was a shit. It was a war.
It's a myriad of reasons.
Yeah, I mean, look,
James, we didn't.
My point is,
well, the reason
after he
lost, Jake decided to amplify. He spoke for himself and what he felt was right. He didn't say, "I'm going to speak for this group." If George Bush said, "I'm going to speak for the Tea Party," then you would have seen a massive Tea Party movement behind George Bush.
Yeah, look, I remember seeing a documentary about Reagan, and Reagan, though Reagan ended up as was part of the Republican Party, the conservative movement, if you remember what that was, I remember seeing the leaders of the conservative movement talking about they were founded and were amazed at the fact that they were able to get Reagan, a conservative, in the White House within whatever it was, 8 or 12 years. So yeah, in that sense, yeah, Trump is both a product of that, especially this time, I think, more so than last time. And I say that because when you compare 2016 now to 2024, I can see he's got all of the lawyers and the army of people he's got behind him. That comes from the Republican Party, and he's doing much more. But let me say this, Rob. Yeah, you said something too about maybe only 30% of the people are benefiting from him now. I don't know if I agree with that. But I think what Trump is doing, there are decades of corruption and idiocy that have overrun the government, and I think it's going to take him a long time to get through all of it.
If I saw us adding a terawatt of electricity production capacity per year in the U.S., I would jump on top of that. The critical linchpin for all of those other points of abundance being unleashed is the energy equation. And this is where I look very clearly and plainly at what China's doing.
The government has spent $53 billion with the dollars less this month or last month than they did in the previous month. That's something like $653 billion a year if that trend continues. That's almost $1 billion. That is
they're raising the debt, but they're raising the debt ceiling simultaneously.
Say that again?
They're raising the debt ceiling simultaneously. I can make an argument that I can make an argument.
Yes.
I'm just saying this. I can make an argument that the Doge goods were largely about being able to find money to pay for those
those permanent tax cuts. I don't see this is where we disagree.
Well, okay.
I don't believe that it's about efficiency.
Yeah.
And I would agree if Trump wasn't the president from 2016 to 2020, if this was his first term, he had never been in office, I would actually have a more open mind to hear him talking about like government efficiency and corruption. When you have people like Marco Rubio, you have people who have voted for budgets over the last 7 to 8 years of part of your like I can't hear that. Like I'm not gonna hear them tell me that we're trying to be more efficient when the things that are being cut aren't showing to be efficient cuts. These are showing to be cuts so that you can pay for those tax cuts. It's not about efficiency.
Well, you have a concern. It's valid, probably, but time will tell. If that, we'll have to see. But the bottom line is this: I was watching something today, and it was like there was some government agency that right before Doge went in, the accountants, the people in it, erased like years of accounting data, but Doge was able to get it back, and which is illegal to do. And then they found like they were paying people off. There were all these kickbacks, with millions of dollars. I mean, what happened? One thing is for sure, that kind of shit needs to go. Nobody else is doing it, and Trump is. So,
yeah, it's estimated that a third of the U.S. budget is stolen and fraud every single year. A third of it. That's a fucking crazy number. $2.2 trillion stolen in fraud for who knows fucking.
Do y'all think that there's like a strictly Democratic Party thing? Y'all think it's just a government?
No, that's what we've been trying to explain. MAGA is not Democrat or Republican. We are a hostile takeover of both parties, and we intend to domination.
We want the government accountable. That's the idea.
What is it? So MAGA basically wants to be able to, get things accountable in terms of like spending. But MAGA also wants to tell us we can learn about in school, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean when you talk about learn about in school. I think the opposite is setting down the Department of Education is saying that your school can decide what to teach you.
Well, you do understand that the Department of Education never had anything to do with the state's curriculum.
I don't know about that. You heard about the check funding? You realize that Common Core and the Department of Education,
I do know that Common Core. I do understand that Common Core, which a lot of states have opted out of because they didn't like the fact of how the Department of Education was kind of weaponizing it. But let's not pretend that all 50 states in America are educated the same way.
But every education rules we want to take away from Big Brother, our federal government. This is why student loans is ridiculous. Because once you sign a blank check, your ass is stuck for $50,000 to $150,000 in debt for a 4-year or an 8-year degree. We want to get rid of this shit. We want to go to the state, and even down to certain counties have their own education department.
We want to make sure that do y'all trust states? Like, let's think of the worst performing states in education.
I trust my state, but I know a lot of representatives, so.
Rob, let me address you. I understand what you're talking, and if you're talking about the way they teach Black history, etc., I understand your concerns. But a bigger concern is the fact that over the last, I forget, I have the chart somewhere. We're going to say the last 20 years, the administrative costs in education has gone up like 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Yet the test scores for everyone, including Black people, white people, everyone, have stayed the same. Why are we spending money? If we could show that yes, the money we spend on the federal level
I'm having
having
a great chairman of the North County Republican chapter, and we're here to invite you over to the night on June 3rd
then
at
I
Chicago
would
Private
be
Town at 6 o'clock in a beautiful shower.
My name is
But
Gabriella.
as someone who lives in California, I've been watching all the dumbass shit that Democrats have been doing. And quite frankly, to what they're doing, and this is a completely Democrat-run state, what they're doing is hurting black children, without a doubt. They keep making it easier and easier for them to fail. They're removing any kind of challenges, and they're saying, well, you know, math is racist, and demanding these students do homework is racist.
You think in California that's for us or that's for the large Hispanic immigrant population?
Well, that's
we would just be kind of be like, we would be made this, because I can tell what we've experienced in Houston, which again, I'm actually not a big, like, immigration. I choose to just stay out of, because I've actually seen how immigration affects certain segments of my community, especially on the education side of things. So applying to a state like California, where I know that the Democratic Party is largely Hispanic.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Well, she must have been watching our press conference. I'm glad she did the right thing. Look, our reaction, the immediate reaction to her resignation is that it is overdue. She should have done this at least a week ago. I'm happy to see that. I'm happy to see that she has heeded call.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you know this deal,
Was your boyfriend drunk? Maybe Sunday go and do that. Denise, maybe shake it to the max. Tell me please to the max. If you want it, let me shake it to the max. To the max.
I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day. I have no supporters, so if you have the chance, please subscribe.
I can see how that would spin this one that way.
Yeah, and that's what they did, and what it really was a way for them to insert, don't say anything, Marshall, CRT into their curriculum.
And stop lying. Nobody's teaching CRT. This is the whole thing. CRT that we know for a fact, CRT is a law school.
Okay,
they're not teaching CRT.
Are you Christian?
Are you Christian?
Yeah.
I'm a student of the BHI. That's the crazy thing.
All right. Let me talk. You know that Christians send their kids to Sunday school, right? So when they're 4 and 5 and 6 years old, they learn about Jesus. They're taught about the Bible. You also know that you can go to college and you can take a college level course on Christianity and about the Bible. They teach it both in college and both to little children. The fact that
you use Sunday school. You just use Sunday school.
Yeah.
You just use Sunday school. You're not using kindergarten. You're not talking about what they're doing when they actually go to the public schools. I actually have a soon-to-be 4-year-old who's going into. I have an 8-year-old who's leaving 2nd grade. All right, like I have children in school. I'm telling you this, that they are not teaching 4 and 5-year-olds CRT, and you guys need to stop spreading that lie.
They are, because I have looked through the actual law that they passed, the framework that they call it, the MAP framework in the California that they passed, And all of the sections, I read through all of them. And included in that is teaching plans, which include social justice and CRT teachings.
What is wrong with teaching children things accurately about this world, though?
What's the matter?
They're not doing that. They're not doing that. Show me a book. Alan, show me a book. Show me an example. Matt, don't tell me that. Matt, don't tell me to calm down. I want Alan to show me a specific.
Okay.
So, Rob, what is CRT in your mind?
Yeah, this
Big
is
line.
specific. Rob.
It's about CRT is literally on a basic level. CRT is about the intersectionality of the legal system and race. That's on a basic level. That's literally what it's about. So when you bring that down to children, when we're talking about 5 and 6-year-olds,
yes,
we don't even learn about the harsh reality.
I'll give you a specific example. Okay? Now, a normal math problem, I just paused so I can take a breath. I'm not going to speak.
Let this patient woman speak.
Yeah, so.
Yes, let my baby mama speak. Let my baby mama speak.
Adams, let me finish. So, a normal math problem is.
Alan, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all good. We're all getting into this. I just want to, let's like hit one mic at a time because I'm getting a little insane with everybody like talking. So go ahead, Alan. That's all I want to say. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. A normal math problem is Mr. Jones took out a loan, borrowed $1,000 and paid 5% interest. How much did he owe after 3 years? And then the student has to calculate what the interest is over 3 years. Now, a CRT lesson is Mr. Jones is white and he took out $1,000 loan for 3 years and he paid 5%. Mr. Smith is black and he also took out a loan for $1,000 and 10%. How much did he pay? Do you think it's fair that Mr. Smith should have to pay more for a loan just because he's black? Let's discuss, let's figure out the interest, and then let's discuss that as a class. How does that make you feel? Do you think that's right? So
Rob, I'm telling you. Let's say if that was so let's say that this actually happened. What's wrong with that? What's wrong? Does that not happen? Does that not? Are we saying that in America? Are we saying that in America? And I'm not saying. Are we saying that doesn't happen? It hasn't historically happened in America. If we're saying that, I'm gonna go ahead and leave the room. This isn't an honest question. This isn't an honest situation. This isn't an honest conversation. Because again, I would like to see the curriculum. Because you still haven't shown me a textbook. Meaning, just show me the textbook. Show me where I can find it.
Welcome to your children's school.
I'm there every week.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I'm glad.
I can guarantee you in the state of Texas. They weren't teaching a CRT
because
situation to our children.
Because Texas isn't allowing it.
Well, Texas also
With Chewy, get their meal plan out at a great price. Figaro loves chicken, except.
Would it be fair to say that this is not happening in every state? I mean, I'm going to your defense, Rob, on this in that sense.
No, what's
It might just be happening in California. I don't know. I mean, I think it's fair to say that it is happening, Rob. That's the difference. It just might not be happening in every state. And I'm going to pass it on to KP. Go for it, Rob.
And I'm saying if what they're using is the example of what's happening, if what y'all are using, because I'm about to get off eventually, I'm about to go in. If what y'all are using is the example of what they're teaching the kids, then probably that's what we're going to have disparity in. I think children should be taught how America is. But at 5, 6 years old, you don't teach them. No way. As I taught my 8-year-old 2 years ago about slavery, I didn't go into telling her about the harshness of slavery,
They are
the realities of slavery.
other states. And that's what our problem is.
Y'all problem is y'all scared of y'all kids getting the truth. That's what y'all problem is. Y'all scared of these kids getting the truth about how America is actually operating.
I don't want my children to look at a black child, a white child, a Hispanic, and think that you're less than or better than. No.
I don't think that's going to do that to our children. I think y'all are putting that on children. I think children have the capacity. I think children have the capacity. I think children have the capacity to be fair.
And I'm sitting here with a textbook reading this question. Pretty much what Alan said. And guess what? As you go older, you think black people got bad credit. That's why you got 10% versus 5%. So you already behind the 8 ball. It's a hot mess.
Yeah, I remember, during the pandemic, being on this app before it got crazy and going into rooms where people were advocating for CRT and specifically, and it was pro-CRT rooms, and specifically saying that it was like, yeah, we can't wait to see how bad the white kids are going to feel when we start teaching them this. Okay, so
that sounds like some no-face bullshit. That just sounds like, come on, man, y'all just want to play like people are trying to oppress white folks. Ain't nobody oppressing white folks, man. Y'all niggas just mad that people are actually teaching. I'm looking at a source right now that says it doesn't get taught.
Yeah, I know, because
I'm sure you can find a source that says it does.
No, I can find that it's called the African American Policy Forum. About 2 or 3 years ago, as part of their yearly convention, talking about removal of Abdul. He's clearly, it's that time of day.
George Bush,
talking about how
No, but we ask you this, Alan. Do you think that the African American Policy Forum actually informs the curriculum?
Is being taught in K through 12. We are now
going to they advocate for teaching. You guys are lying. This is a group. This is a think tank. This is essentially a lobbying group. I just looked it up, Alan, and I'm reading. They advocate. They don't have any power to push policy.
How do you know?
So when you post something like this, okay, Rob. When you post something like this, when you post something like this, you didn't even post up anything. You just posted some notes. So I went and Googled it, seeing what they were. They're a think tank. These people do not dictate policy, brother.
Yeah, well, you make a very good point. And when I was looking through the math frameworks, how did I find the African American Policy Forum? How did I find Teaching for Social Justice? How did I find it spelled TODOS.org? Because they are the people
What are y'all so afraid of? What are y'all so afraid of about teaching social justice? If you want to land on that math problem, I'll say this: we shouldn't teach that math problem.
Why?
We shouldn't teach that math problem.
Because
let me ask you this: why are you guys opposed?
How is it going to help children actually learn how to do math? It's not.
I see that you keep standing on this one math problem.
Stands for critical race theory, which seeks to explain the disparities between different ethnic and racial groups. It is exactly that. It's an interesting theory, and that's all it is. And
but you guys have made this more than what it is. That's the thing. This is what white people do. This is what white Americans do. You guys create boogie monsters. Nobody is teaching CRT. This is what I'm saying. Stop lying. Y'all
Yeah.
You didn't give me a group that's actually pushing that.
Yeah, well, that's fine. In the end,
You didn't do no. That matters. That matters.
You know,
that matters.
I was in
that matters.
grade. It was really.
And you were in 6th grade. My grandparents probably couldn't even attend the same school as you.
Yeah, well,
so don't talk to me about when you were in 6th grade.
Because when I was in 6th grade, we did in fact have black students in our white schools. Because there was a program, look it up, it's called METCO, and it's still operating today. Which, by the way, but we did watch a film about Harriet Tubman when I was in 6th grade. And what I'm thinking about, just to be fair, is to make a film about Harriet Tubman, but all the actors are going to be white. Because I think since...
Man, this is some of the dumbest shit. This is some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Well, why are we
making what you're saying? You're making things up.
Population of collapsing
Okay. Y'all made a movie saying righteous was a white man. So keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
I think I'm one of the spaceships that's been dictating robots. Well, I think in charge of a robot, white, judging some robots.
The average Asian student, does 5 hours of homework every week. The average Asian student does 13 hours of homework. Maybe that might be the reason why Asians are doing so well and getting it so many colleges, and why white students and black students and Hispanic students are not doing well. Maybe it's just doing more work. That's the first thing. The second thing, because remember, Bob, I used to be a Democrat, okay? And I find
Listen to this dumb shit.
Tell you about some Democratic.
You're not telling me nothing. You're not telling me anything because you said nothing but a bunch of lies. Bye, Alan.
Okay.
Go take some alcohol.
Did he leave?
Yeah, he took off.
Yeah, well, I'll finish the thought. They found that black students are more apprehensive during taking tests, okay? And without explaining why, it doesn't matter. You've got a group of children who are getting nervous in front of tests. So they said, you know what? If we introduce yoga and meditation to these classes, then these children are performing better on tests. They're getting into less fights. They are learning more. So they put an ad up that showed 3 black boys meditating. The left freaked out. Oh my God, you're racial profiling. This is terrible. You can't do this. And they took that ad down, and nothing ever happened with that program. Because, oh my God, we can't, it might profile black kids. Who gives a fuck? It was actually something proven to help them. But no, because, that might offend somebody. That's it. I can't tell you the number of times I've seen Democratic dumb fuckery. They claim they want to help people, but they're doing evil.
Matt, I hate to do this in your room, but if there's anybody that wants to ping Natalia, all right, into the room.
You mean chillism, Tally?
Natalia, absolutely.
Oh, is that her full? I don't know her.
Natalia.
You took a bunch of Cosby pills.
Natalia. So let's bring her into here because as many of you guys know, what she did was completely disgusting, and I feel like there should be a space to air it out.
Well, speaking of airing things out, how do you guys like my weapon?
How did we hurt you, Adams?
How did we hurt that?
We love you, Alan. We love you.
What did we do that you should suggest something like that?
So, I'm not going to indulge the details. I can't imagine what happened over there. Whatever you
I mean, I'm being antagonized in my chat. It's crazy. People want to shut the room down. It's very weird.
Well, Dean was
very weird.
He was there. He said there were a bunch of zombies over there.
Yeah, everybody went to sleep. The only person that's awake is Jacobus, and he's like playing Fortnite in the back. I went and preached to him a little bit about how great America is, and then I left. You know me. I got a red pill room real quick.
But yeah, Al, I just wanted to get back to what you said. I mean, you asked a very relevant question in the fact that what benefit does it offer? And then, that's when they spurred out and, do their leftist, like, spin around spin in circles trying to figure out how to come up with something, because there is no benefit. There's no way they can show that stuff is helping anybody out, right? I mean, what's going on around here? If I was to defend something life and death like they do, like something like this, I definitely would have my points lined up that this is beneficial because of X, Y, Z. But you never see that, you never hear that. They're just a bull.
Yeah, watch this. Controversial. Maybe follow questions on this.
Well, they know they say it's beneficial because it makes white people feel bad or white people uncomfortable or something like that. Then it doesn't work. Their argument falls flat.
Exactly. They can't go there. But we all know what it's all about, really. But this is the part that's so stupid. Like I said, if I'm gonna do something like so adamant about like defend something, I'm gonna make sure like I know how to defend it. Like this is just basic logic, right? Like you're supposed to be able to defend your points and your stance and what you're talking about. It's just unbelievable what's happened to the left. They completely are in shambles, which is fine with me.
Oh yeah, I'm very happy with it.
Though.
Wait, what? We're cold.
They just know they're left. They're just like a cult. That's why. Right? They really don't. They don't care. They just say whatever the party says. They repeat.
Yeah, well, it is. It has a very much of a mob mindset. So like, you'll be in those rooms and you'll hear them all grab onto one idea, and like literally all of them repeat the same talking points around that particular issue or idea, right?
Because they're fucking deranged.
Yeah, they're completely delusional. So, and of course, they'll say, "Oh, that's what we're doing here," blah blah blah. The thing is, we can literally call out our shit. Like we do it. Like there's certain things that we don't like. We'll be like fucking saying it, But like with them, they're just completely off in la la land,
Yeah, like when Donald Trump said he was going to sell the United States as a Commonwealth, I lost my shit. Let's equivalent that to removing President Biden from, he was running for president, and they just kicked him off and said, you're not allowed to, we're going to throw that should have been something that outraged
Cancer bone Bidens, okay, should not have been fucking president. Cancer bone Biden should not be fucking president.
Cocaine was for.
Okay, so at the end of the day, people can suck and jive and do whatever the fuck they want to do. It's not going to change the fact that Cancer Bones Biden was sold to us as an American populace based on a bunch of fat black people and a bunch of lazy ass fucking black people on tap. Okay, that quite frankly wanted us to accept Cancer Bones Biden. And Chris, they made millions of dollars, okay, in this fake cancer fighting narrative. Millions.
Joe Biden himself.
metabolism boosting ritual every.
These guys,
Swollen legs aren't.
he's like, I'm gonna run my mouth. When we believe in marriage and family, because for me, I have to speak about the black community. I'm tired of these I'm just tired of these old ass motherfuckers.
I'm just trying to become a big content creator.
Black fatigue. I'm tired of it. Let's go.
Yeah, you know, black fatigue is very much so a real thing. And, you know, even as a black person, mixed race black person, you know, I'm tired of the black bullshit. Right? Like, I'm tired of the black bullshit, and I'm willing to say the quiet part out loud. You know, before you people, you know, were ready to dox me and ready to do all these other things. Listen, I'm saying what the fuck I'm saying because my checkbook allows me to say what the fuck I'm saying. So at the end of the day, none of you motherfuckers are going to silence me into saying what the fuck I want to say.
Please don't scroll.
Hell yeah.
Hank, now I'm going to say this again. Have any of you heard the thing where they're now saying that redheads are actually black? That they have black.
Yes.
What do you mean? I'm actually a redhead. Like, hello?
Well, guess what? I'm my beard and other.
Please don't scroll.
My beard,
my pubes are red. I'm kidding.
So I'm technically now, I'm half black.
Yes. Population. When I heard
Well,
this
I'm
story.
sorry. That's what black people are saying, and I always look.
Are you looking to establish your business using an address other than your home? Wish you had
Now,
International Development, or USAID.
There was the discussion, and RFK Jr. was a big fan of this, and the people that supported him would hope to see me be secretary. And I would have done it.
Came across the Aboriginals in Australia. They're very dark skinned with red hair or blonde hair. So now they trying to inflate that to Scottish and Irish. Like, get the fuck out of here. They're white. Okay?
I'm sorry. I want to be black. Why are you keeping that from me?
Oh, you always welcome to the barbecue, brother.
You know why?
Well,
you know why?
Well, yes.
Alan,
Welcome to Woodness, Norway's most spectacular treehouses. Covered with 18,000 wooden tiles, it's designed to blend in harmony with nature. The treehouses are located in Odda, Norway. The newest addition, Mountaintop Treehouse, boasts a handcrafted wooden bathtub and a bed that is lowered from the ceiling by the touch of a button. All treehouses are equipped with a small kitchen, bath.
There was a point in history when the
Zhao Jing can be but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside
that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. 13. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. 14.
What's up with this title?
So, for the record, we need to be focused on getting Rick Caruso elected, to California state governor. And I'm telling you, when that shit happens, I will fly all around the fucking country and get every single one of you motherfuckers elected. Because again, it's a fruit of the poisonous tree, right? If Californians are happy, the rest of the country is happy.